the Church of Scientology is so afraid of.
This is SPTV.
This success cemented Tom as one of Hollywood's bankable stars. Tom Cruise was now a superstar, and by this time he was madly in love with Mimi Rogers. And this is where Scientology and the greatest bromance of all time enters our story. You see, Mimi is the daughter of a man named Phil Spickler. In the 1950s, Phil worked directly with L. Ron Hubbard in the founding Church of Scientology in Washington, D.C. To understand how
Well, hello, you guys. Good to see everybody. Hi, Sea Org Audit. Hi, Salty Rinder. And shout out to Joe, who is our wonderful moderator, one of our wonderful moderators that's going to be celebrating her birthday and also crashing our party, because Joe can crash two parties at the same time. Isn't that great, you guys, that Joe can utilize OT powers and literally be everything everywhere at once, like that movie. So thank you so much for joining me, you guys. We're going to get into the next part of this reaction series that we're doing on this interesting documentary that, this other creator recently put out. We were asked to continue because we did a very long reaction already to it, but we only got to eight minutes of the documentary, you guys. So imagine there's a lot more. And we want to delve into the record and of the segment and do one of our live audits. So as Joe posted at the beginning of the video, if you guys have any questions that you want to be answered at the end, I usually look through the chat real quickly at the end as we're wrapping up. So anything that has capital letters and a question written all over it, we really want to get to it. Also, if you want to send super chats or super stickers, all of that is welcome. Also, we set up our Venmo link on our account. So if we don't want to give 30% to YouTube, you're welcome to use that as well. All of your support is highly appreciated. And all of our efforts are so that we can continue exposing the facts and we continue contextualizing what in the literal hell has been going on inside of those hotels. So let's get straight into it, you guys. As we delve into the second segment of our live audit, the spotlight shifts towards a bromance that raises a few more than just eyebrows. Tom Cruise and David Miscavige. Out-pointy AF bromance. So for all of you in the chat who don't know what an out-point is, do y'all know what an out-point is? Have y'all heard that before? Out-point, O-U-T, point. And in Scientology, they say it's out-pointy if something is an out-point. So out-point, this is kind of like what they say. Oh, that's out-pointy. That's very out-pointy, like that. So an out-point, you guys, is part of L. Ron Hubbard's euphemisms utilized to teach its proteges that anything that doesn't make sense deserves for the string to be pulled. The literal string. That's how they teach you how to investigate in Scientology. Something that the LAPD has no idea about. You guys, isn't that great that the LAPD has no clue how to run investigations and that the kids trafficked into a hotel are running circles, literally circles around the entire LAPD leadership, who has no clue how to literally go like this on a rag doll, like the rag doll full of strings everywhere. And the LAPD is just like, I'm the LAPD. Let me really send a patrol to, SWAT people in the street. right? LAPD leadership. So y'all should really clear this word, and y'all should really go to those centers and tell them, can y'all really teach us how to investigate? Because, YouTubers are telling us that we don't have a shred of a clue how to run an investigation. And we don't have a shred of a clue to identify what could possibly be weird about anything. Like everything makes sense to the LAPD guys. Everything makes sense to them. It really reminds us. It's giving us being children in those hotels, being gullible AF and naive AF, that we were told to do this and we're like, okay, that sounds great. All the adults are doing it. Oh, they tell us that we're very special. Well, let's go with we're very, very special. Let's go with that. So out-pointy is something that doesn't make sense, that you run into in an investigation. So when you're like looking at stuff, like, I don't know if y'all saw my live that I did the other day, where there's like a brown, like shit colored tarp now in front of where all the executives live, the ones that are living at the Hubbard, what is it? The Guaranteed Building. They have a building called the Guaranteed Building Scientology, you guys. And the Guaranteed Building, really reminds us it could be guaranteed as a sham type of situationship there. So all of these people are there and they have their little brown tarp, and then they have a notice right there. Notice on top of the brown tarp. A notice that don't think that the LAPD gave them that notice, you guys, because it's not one of those official notices that people do put in front of garages if they're going to tow you if you do something wrong. And in LA, there's all manner of rules for that you have to really follow. So you, God forbid, don't get, towed. I mean, they'll come up with a million ways that you can F up, but leave it to Scientology to have purchased for themselves just a little sign that says that they're there. Please don't stop in our garage. Don't block it, because there's 24-hour opening and closing of this garage going into this residential, dilapidated AF, disgusting Fountain Avenue AB building. So that's the definition of an out-point. When something doesn't make sense. Why are they saying that they're not trafficking people if they're saying that they're literally can't have anyone here because, God forbid, they show up at 4 o'clock in the morning with DEUX in vans that they're like, trying to make sure they don't get filmed because, God forbid they get filmed. And then all of a sudden, they've literally admitted, they've literally told on themselves that they have this AV building, and it is just because the DEUX like working all night at all hours of the night at all manner of times. So that's an out point. And then going back to David Miscavige and the bromance, well, the bromance is an out point as well. Okay, you guys. So an out point is something that doesn't make sense whatsoever, that you really should be pulling the string on. Like, what's going on here? Like, you really have to be curious. Like curiosity, you guys. I mean, Hubbard told us to be swinishly suspicious. But you know what? I think Hubbard literally insults swines, but we're not being swinish. We're just being curious. Like little curious Georges that you are all becoming in this journey of reconciling the receipts that don't make a shred of sense. So we're going to be rolling up our sleeves to explore the depth of the peculiar connection in the context of the Not the Good Girl documentary at Not the Good Girl. She puts up a lot of different documentaries, you guys, and you should check out her channel and see what else she's got going on, because she's got, very interesting stuff. So grab y'all's tea and let's settle in and let's dissect the nuances of the most out-pointy. Remember that word, you guys? Now that you really learned it, out-pointy doesn't make a shred of sense. Like Karen Bass saying, oh my God, I'm really going to do something about Scientology, you guys. I really want to call Mike Rinder. I really want to figure out a way to launder my image real quick. Because then by the time I get, past this Rick Caruso, hit job, I'll be the mayor, and then everyone will forget because, Angelinos just have no brain cells for themselves. And before you know it, it'll be a year and nothing has happened whatsoever. And before you know it, the LAPD leadership couldn't be more unhinged and couldn't be more unable to be reined back in. Apparently impossible, you guys. So that's another out point there. So just make sure you really start thinking with that term, because y'all really need to know that term if you're going to be investigating with us. Like, that's necessary for y'all to have curiosity. Like, and they do say curiosity kills the cat. But, we're mama lions, so we don't give an F. And we're not here to get, anything like that. So y'all get it. So let's move on. I digress. The big question on our radar is the appropriateness of this bromance, considering the strict rules that Scientology purports to have and does enforce on Sea Org kids, facing severe punishments for fraternizing with celebrities or the public. So isn't that great, you guys, that the chairman of the board is apparently exempt for fraternizing with public? Because Tom Cruise, contrary to public belief, everyone's like, oh my God, he's so special. Oh my God, he's so amazing. He didn't sign a billion-year contract, you guys. He's not in the Sea Org. And why Davey and him has such a close relationship should be, raising, you would think, the hairs of Monique Yingling. I mean, who else could rein in her little petulant child that she cannot rein in no matter how much money she gets paid? So really just keep that into context there, because apparently, yes, all the slave masters, not just David, as much as everybody says, oh my God, David's the only one. You guys, that's like saying the LAPD only has one bad apple and then everyone else is just contaminated AF. If you don't have an entire leadership structure full of corrupt people enabling each other, having everyone's back, playing dumb at the drop of a hat, if you don't have that, then little Davy could not get anywhere if he didn't have enablers. Just like Hitler couldn't have accomplished World War II if he didn't have enablers, if he didn't have commanders, if he didn't have lieutenants at his disposal, willing to read his little book. Oh yeah, what does it say? Oh yeah, we're so superior here. Let's put everyone on a gas chamber, because that's going to be a very good idea for ourselves in Germany. So that's where we are, you guys. Unfortunately, that's where we literally are. So we're going to examine how deep this documentary ventures into the weeds of the Cruz-Miscavige bromance. And we're not just scratching the surface. We're going to be diving head first into the literal details, unraveling the layers that have remained shrouded in mystery for God knows what reason, you guys. For God knows what in the literal hell reason. Maybe because CAA runs crisis management together with Osa Wosa. Little Osa Wosa, little, the proteges that Mike Rinder left behind that are still very much active, are still very much running crisis management, making little calls for themselves behind the scenes, talking to PR people at CAA. Oh my God, CAA. We're really getting shredded. Our credibility stock is literally wrecked. It's just literally on a free fall every single day. And there goes CAA. Oh my God, yes, we're going to really lose our influencer, you guys. What are we going to do? Let's really grab all our PR people, okay? Let's do a PR. Let's see what kind of spin we can put up. Call Vanity Fair. Call any favors, y'all, please. Because Tom is getting roasted and Tom really needs our help, you guys, because Tom can't do this all by himself. He needs helpers and PR people who can throw a little tide, I don't have a Tide box, you guys, but I did mean to buy one. Just throw a little Tide box from the dollar store and shh. Okay, you guys, crisis averted. Everybody forgot about it already. And Tom is doing great. And Tom is going to save Hollywood. Let's really go with that, right, Steven Spielberg? Tom is saving y'all's industry. Imagine that, you guys, that Hollywood is so desperate, so on a free fall of their own. Everybody's waking up how all the wokes, celebrities couldn't be more out-pointy. Back to our little word, you guys. Out-pointy AF is this relationship. So let's not digress again, you guys. Let's really not digress because we got a lot to cover here. The big question on our radar is the appropriateness of this bromance, considering the strict rules within the Sea Org. And the million-dollar question is, why in the literal living hell? Because we do know how that culture works. And never mind that no one could bring up a single shred of an owl point, you guys, to either David Miscavige or any of his RTC rep minions, because they were above reproach. Imagine that, you guys. In Scientology, they tell everyone, really write your KRs, you guys, really type what in the hell you're seeing that you don't like. Okay, because that's how they like scam these ducks into being like, oh my God, no, let's really get your feedback. We really want to work with you. And all it is just like a data mining situationship, but they're just like sucking information. And then the leadership always ends up finding reasons to always act against the best interest of everybody else except for themselves. Not great that they can just like treat everyone like a piece of literal duck, SHIT. And they don't give an F. Because that's what a duck is, you guys. So let's really clear that definition again. Ducks is adults who give no. You guys get it. We're not just taking this at face value. We're going to be peeling back the layers and expose what lies beneath the surface. Since we're not just adults in kid bodies anymore. Isn't that great, you guys? Breaking news. We're not kids in adult bodies anymore. Or is it the other way around? Yeah, kids that are actually adults in kids' bodies. So just to clarify. And we continue to do this live audit. We're going to focus intensifying on how this documentary contextualizes this controversial bromance. And does it address the apparent contradictions within Scientology's own rules and practices, you guys? Or does it just skim over those peculiarities? You guys will let me know at the end what y'all think as we scrutinize this together. This is where the rubber meets the road, where we gauge the documentary's ability to navigate the intricacies of what they have pulled out from the public record. Because, yes, you guys, there's a lot already on the public record. And as we saw from our last reaction, you know, there's a lot of stuff that is actually contextualized well. It's well researched based on what's on the public record. But unfortunately, our researchers are having a hard time digging into the weeds, because imagine you're telling people how the people at the Amazon, insulated AF, that barely anyone has ever seen what goes on in their culture, really do take it upon themselves to write all manner of documentaries and essays and whatever, but they've never actually stepped foot into the culture. I mean, they do have a lot of opinions and they type a lot of things, and here's pages and pages and pages for quick cash. Oh yeah, every time we talk about Tom Cruise, cash. YouTube cash, hits cash. Just say the name Tom Cruise, just put it on the thumbnail and cash flows. Because, you know, I guess gossip does sell. So everybody wants to be in the gossip. Let's really find out everything about Tom Cruise. So we don't give an F about this man or the other one, but they are at the top of this pyramid scheme that we are contextualizing. The pyramid scheme that we didn't choose to be a part of as children born into this racketeering scheme of pyramid scheme, this sham 501c that, yes, you know, naive AF as we were, you guys, like, oh, okay, this is real legit, you guys, because Tom Cruise is going to show up any moment. So everything we do here at these hotels must be very legit, must be so legit. I mean, too legit to quit is what it's giving. Really too legit to quit. Nobody wants to quit it. The DEUX are just doubling down and tripling down anytime they get, you know, questioned. You know, anytime they get audited, you guys, because the audits in Scientology are just a one-way flow. They want to ask the questions. They want to data mine the situationships. They want to have the blackmail. They want to have the leverage. But they don't want to be exposed. They don't want to be asked a question, and they will double down and triple down on their stupidity, because apparently that's all it takes when you're a bully. Just bully, 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 and then double down on your stupidity once you do get caught on camera, by the way, you guys, because, you know, we haven't had these DEUX on camera ever in our lives. Never. Just never been. Like, I mean, mind you, we were recording everything inside. So they were literally recording themselves on their criminal acts. They were ordering people to record all the interrogations, all the abuses of minors, all of these minors doing nervouses is what they were calling it, right? Oh yeah, touch here and touch over here and let me grab over here and stay there for 2 hours and until this adult says that, you know, they really do feel relaxed. So imagine that. Imagine that we literally had to put the photos of minors doing so-called assists, so-called nerve assists, because Scientology has plagued the entire internet with those photos. Cannot help themselves, you guys. Again, out-pointy AF. And that goes to all the Scientology parents that are going to really want to purport right about now that they had no short of a clue about anything that happened in the hotel. Well, y'all, just go to the Scientology website. Don't you worry about it. Don't listen to the SPs. Go watch that for yourselves on the website, Scientology.org. Go check the community lines and just see, oh, look, all these yellow t-shirts and all these children being groomed to be grabbed and touched. And oh yeah, L. Ron Hubbard said it. L. Ron Hubbard said it, you guys. Let's not digress again. So we aim to contextualize the narrative and bridge the gap between what's on the public record and what may have been missed by those who never set foot inside of those hotels, where the real stories actually unfold. Literally, literally, literally AF. We're not here for entertainment. We're not here for, oh, look how interesting this is and all this trauma dumping BS. These people, including but not limited Tom Cruise, who is besties with this man at the very top of this food chain, are getting called out because of the implication, what it means to be at the top of that food chain, where it puts them too. And if they are very confused about that, go and Google PR department of CAA, the top of the pyramid scheme that Jeffrey and Jelaine were running. So y'all can really see how, these two are the one. Jelaine's the only one that's in jail, no one else. So go check it. Your boy is at the very top. Very, very top. Besties AF with this guy that he salutes and on command. Just salute. We couldn't be more thankful. We really have no one else to thank for what's happened to all the kids. But this disgusting midget that really wanted to know, save the world, because really L. Ron Hubbard really did teach him some things, right? So y'all can be more infantile, naive, and pathetic all together. All these people at CAA that, are just looking, again, guys, quick cash at CAA. Let's make a deal. Let's call it influencer. Let's check out the Instagram. Let's launder images. Let's make money, millions of billions. Let's really save our industry in Hollywood. We really have to save it because we really have to, we've contributed to culture so much in America. Hollywood people, you guys. I mean, I would know, having lived here for enough decades to see how the whole fame game is nothing but a piece of duck shit. So let's expose the intricacies of the Cruise and Miscavige bromance. With our tea still warm, and I just have coconut water. Coconut water from the dollar store, you guys. This is my favorite coconut water. I don't know why, but it tastes so good and it doesn't have extra sugar. So 100% coconut water with pulp. If y'all have tea, then drink that too. With our tea still warm and our critical thinking skills on literal overdrive to make up for the lack that we can't seem to find on the public record, maybe through no fault of their own, right, guys? Because again, I mean, how can you opine on stuff that you were never a part of, on things that you were never in the rooms of? That's what's called GOSSIP, gossip AF. I heard, I got told, they told me, I think, I connected a shred of dot without knowing anything firsthand, without having laid eyes on anything. But I will make quick cash, corporate media, quick cash, gossip. Let's type it up. Let's really sell it. Here's another cover. Here's another cover. Here's another more laundering of the image. Let's really pitch Tom Cruise as this. Let's really pitch Tom Cruise as that. Let's really pitch as he's saving all of Hollywood all of a sudden now. Imagine Jeffrey Epstein was saving all the universities, and then Tom Cruise is saving all of Hollywood. And what's the difference? Were they not into blackmail? Yes. Were they not into video recording people self-admitting felonies? Yes. Well, in the case of Jeffrey and Ghislaine, they were literally, allegedly, with whatever mangled BS investigation from hell that the FBI and all these law enforcement that get paid all the bucks, that begin doing all the powers. But, we have a very BS superficial Epstein situationship looked up, and, they're going to run out of luck with Cruise and his little buddy Davey because they kept receipts on everything they did. They were that stupid and dumb. And though Ghislaine and Jeffrey also did that, and all that evidence has disappeared because nobody can find it anymore. Oh my God, it's leadership at the FBI said we were told to really not look into that because, he was an intelligence asset. He was a stupidity asset. You stupid idiots. You stupid, pathetic clowns. So if Tom and Davey are also intelligence assets, then y'all are just a bunch of disgusting, pathetic, corrupt clowns. All of you in Washington, all of you at the DOJ, all of you at the FBI, all of you at the LAPD, at the FDLE, at all these. What are they getting, you guys? Here, more taxpayer money, more. You're really going to help us. You're really going to protect the kids. You're really going to protect this country. You're really going to mangle the U.S. gymnastics investigation into Larry Nassar too, because that's what in the hell is called out-pointy. Why are all investigations having to deal with child trafficking FBI all end up mangled AF? By all means, type up here, you guys, breaking news. We really don't have any resources at the FBI. We really don't know the law at the FBI. We really can't check anything because you know what? Monique is going to be called the minute that we start asking questions of her client. And then all of a sudden, we're not going to be able to go against Monique because you really have seen what Monique can do to somebody, you guys. You really have seen that for yourselves. As if the corporate media, we don't have them to thank for that. At least, you know, credit when credit is due. You guys, credit when credit is due. The corporate media has given us Monique Yingling so we can show the FBI how pathetic they are. That they really want to say, oh, no, we can't. No, we can't. No. The minute you say ecclesiastical, the FBI, it's like, ooh, freeze. It's like freeze to the police, you guys. Monique just has to go, ecclesiastical. And then everyone goes, oh. Okay, well, better luck next lifetime, kids that are growing up in Scientology, because no one gives an F in this 3-letter, 4-letter, whatever many letters we got on this alphabet soup of corruption. Well-paid corruption. Y'all are getting paid. Y'all are earning 6-figure salaries, LAPD. We can look at it. You know, it's not like y'all are not like off the books. I mean, unless you're really off the books and we don't know. But really what's on the books already makes us nauseous. Because if people can be duped that easy to just show up at the whim of ducks quacking, then what in the literal hell is y'all's so-called protocols and the legal law says here that really we are really having to enforce things and everything has to have due process, due diligence because we are America and we really believe that slavery will be abolished because the Constitution is what you wiping your literal you-know-whats with. Let's just leave it at that. And let's go back to Tom Cruise, you guys, because you know what? A little rose water goes a long way to get rid of the stench of these people. So shout out to the 287 of you guys that are here. And let's see what in the hell else is there to react on in this documentary. Thank you for joining. Press the like button. Follow. We want to tell the algorithm to, you know, stop playing dumb too. All the people at YouTube. Stop, you know, suppressing things that have to do with freedom of speech, contextualizing our own opinions so that the algorithm doesn't just like, oh, child trafficking. No, that's going to be bad for our brand at YouTube. Let's just kind of like leave it on the background there. Let's not take the calls from CAA. That video, we don't want him to get out because, you know, we're going to be losing a lot of and all manner of stuff going behind the scenes so that stuff doesn't get seen, you guys. So, but that's a good thing about word of mouth. All these PR publicists cannot control word of mouth, cannot control the facts. And since they couldn't be more clueless, all of them, they have no idea what goes on in these hotels. So they have nothing but Darvo and BS Tide from the dollar store to launder what in the hell has been allowed and state sanctioned by the IRS. The top of the food chain of the 3-letter agencies is the IRS, you guys. I don't give an F. Who is literally rewarding self-admitted felons with, including but not limited to, tax write-offs, unhinged tax write-offs, indefensible tax write-offs, to go self-admit to felonies, and then all of a sudden, I just saved 80 grand, and I just got told in those hotels, locked up for 5 hours, every detail of what I've been doing to my daughter for the last 4 years. Because, you know, I think my daughter and I had an out-pointy in another lifetime, and I think I have a lot of affinity for my daughter, and that's all just manifesting in all manner of ways, because I think it's my evil purposes that are causing the problem. But you know what? They did tell me in that hotel, if I pay 80 grand, you know, I can write it off the IRS, and then I can never go talk to the LAPD or the Clearwater Police or the FBI Crimes Against Children Unit or the FDLE or the Riverside PD or whoever else is very friendly with these hotels. So these law agencies very pressed to outsource their jobs to kids such as myself. Imagine that, LAPD. Imagine that Clearwater Police Department. Y'all's investigations are getting outsourced to underage kids to ask for felonies and launder them under the guise that in that machine, the needle did float. All of a sudden, y'all couldn't be more irrelevant in the equation because the wonderful technology of the indicted convicted felon L. Ron Hubbard does state that once that needle does float, all of a sudden, your past is gone and you're been forgiven and forgotten and everything is forgotten and no one will ever show up to court to, testify against you. And now we have the receipts to prove that. How many people, testified against Danny Masterson as if there was no one showing up to testify on the facts, on the merits, on what Luke Watson knows first MF hand. His little buddy, his little Susan Watson, the president, that was all there. So don't y'all come playing dumb this late in the game. Because it's true, we hadn't had a conviction. It's true, everybody could play dumb so quickly thanks to the quacking corporate media that, really stays in the middle, you guys. Everything is in the middle for the corporate media. Oh, yeah. We're really in the middle of everything. Right here in the middle. Church. Unhingement over here, kind of sprinkled over here and over there. So, unfortunately, that's the state of affairs today. But, we will change that thanks to y'all liking our videos, sending them around, raising awareness and, coming up as advocates for kids, because that's the only thing we can advocate for. Unfortunately, you guys all left comments on that man that was exposed by Chris without the Hellcat that I posted on my tab, and I posted his video, and everybody's coming to the rescue. Oh my God, elder abuse. Meanwhile, the man said he was there for 50 years. So what do you think he was doing for 50 years? Called put your money where your mouth is and stop cradling and canoodling and enabling and advocating for the enablers as if they were the victims, the people that are paying for these hotels to exist, the people that are paying money to the IRS to write off their taxes of this 501c3 while children end up locked up in indefensible, disgusting situations. Aren't the victims, and that is the breaking news of the day. No matter how granola you look, no matter how, oh, look, this is really Tom Cruise. Look how cool. Look how he's got a medal. He really standing on a podium. He really is acting like he knows what in the hell he's talking about. That's what he gets paid for, to act. Did y'all not get that memo? Did y'all not get that memo that he can be fake on command? I mean, you guys, as if we have to literally explain ourselves with the most obvious, but apparently nothing is obvious. Everything is very convoluted. Nobody knows what in the hell to do about anything, and the laws are not getting enforced. That's all we know today. As of the year 2024, congratulations, all of these 4 3-letter agencies and all of you attorney generals in all of these states where this is being state sanctioned by y'all. Stop pitching, stop putting on the Insta page of your FDLE. We really do care about trafficking. It's a Trafficking Awareness Month, only to have all those comments become invisible, you guys. I've already told you, there's 322 of y'all. Go to the FDLE, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the leadership of Clearwater Police. If Clearwater Police wants to say, oh, we couldn't be more dumb, ineffective, stupid, idiotic, fraternized, and compromised, so we can't start any investigations because that's way above our pay grade. And imagine that the FDLE now is found just disappearing. You comment, and then all of a sudden it says 4 comments, and then, but you can't read the comments. They're just disappeared. Isn't that great, you guys, that our public servants aren't pressed? They just want to ignore. Oh, hear these people complaining again. We're promoting human trafficking. We're getting leads, and we just invisibilize them. Like, whoop, oh, we don't see anything. let's not really go there. Let's not really talk about that. Let's just talk about Gasparilla event at Tampa. Let's really keep it all so secure, because we really know that a lot of people go to roach-infested motels to traffic kids when we do Gasparilla. But all the people that fly into the Fort Harrison to do that when Gasparilla isn't happening, that doesn't count, because that's a luxury hotel. Kids signed a contract. Contracts are very binding. They're for 1 billion years. They're completely dead bondage. In our situation, our passports were locked. But we were still having a very religious experience. Thanks to America, modern day slavery is alive and well, and there is no constitution in this country. Because if industrial size scale child trafficking is alive and well in a whole entire international hotel chain and commercial building, then by all means, Attorney General of the United States Garland, that wanted to really go to the Superior Court, type up something from your damn office and make it make sense to all of us that had no education thanks to your disgusting country. Because we were in Mexico, having just completed 7th grade and having a jolly old time by ourselves there. And all of a sudden, y'all figured out how to abduct us, kidnap us, and let Debbie Cook have her way with all the kids that she was allowed to traffic. And with all the kids that the ABC News gave her the time of her life to really launder her image quick, get her little lawsuit going, advocate for the people that were paying for the IIS, because we don't need to pay the IIS where you could be paying to, lock yourself up with a minor. That's the only point she brought up in her stupid email. So enough of the BS is what we're saying, you guys. Literally enough. We're just about had enough.
Through Mimi, Tom became entangled in Scientology, later becoming its brightest star, top recruiting tool, and BFF to its leader, aka dictator David.
There it is, you guys. The photo that says it all. You won't find a single child in those hotels taking photographs with celebrities, taking little motor rides, really putting their shoulder on each other, because this is what it's called fraternizing AF. This is what David should have already been in ethics for. David, what in the hell are you doing? Why in the hell are you fraternizing with Tom Cruise, David? That's not your job. You're supposed to be overseeing some sort of board that oversees some sort of trademarks. So why in the hell are you buddies with this man? Monique, why? Is it because he's just going to throw a tantrum if you tell him that he cannot be setting rules for the entire hotel operation, and then all of a sudden he's exempt from all of it? Because what? He's just your little petulant child that will throw a fit and start beating people up if he gets told, no, David, no. Allergic to the word no, right, Monique? That's why you cannot rein him back, or what?
David Miscavige. We first need to go back to the beginning and take a look at what it means to be a Scientologist, and more importantly, how and why Scientology was created by a broke science fiction writer named L. Ron Hubbard.
Well, shout out to her, you guys. Credit when credit is literally MF due. A broke ass. Imagine you're L. Ron Hubbard and you're nothing but a total broke ass degenerate. That the only thing he can do is go on streams of consciousness and just type. Everybody that grabs those books says, who in the F edited him? Oh no, he was real pressed, you guys. Do not edit me. I'm L. Ron Hubbard. Do not tell me what to write or not write. I'm such a genius that I don't want anyone to even help me and say, oh my God, this is so convoluted and crazy. Like, what in the hell? But yeah, didn't want any edits, L. Ron Hubbard. He just wanted to type streams of consciousness and yap away. And, as long as he typed a lot, the broadcast that he was, he did manage to apparently get a hit for himself. So let's see what else.
Also known to devoted Scientologists as LRH. L. Ron Hubbard holds the Guinness Book of World Records for most published works by one author, 1,084 to be exact.
Look at this, you guys. Oh, the Guinness This BS Guinness World Records scam and another one of these pathetic scams. It's giving, what is it giving you guys? Oh, yeah. Keith Raniere from Nexium. Wasn't he also some sort of Guinness record, whatever in the hell? And that's all it took for everyone to go goo goo gaga for him. I mean, as long as you say, you know, Guinness World Record, you guys, we really, really know what in the hell we're talking about. The Guinness World Records. And then also at the New York Times. We really do know what in the hell we're doing at the New York Times. This editorial board at the New York Times and the World Guinness Record are, all it took for L. Ron Hubbard to prop himself up as a legit person, apparently. And again, he got not there by himself. He got there by his proteges. I think Mike Rinder was already out of that office by March 2006. So maybe this wasn't Mike Rinder's idea, but whoever in the hell took over for Mike Rinder did go with the pitch. You know what we really need to clean up L. Ron Hubbard's image so that everybody forgets that he just was a complete pathetic, broke-ass writer? Oh, let's get him on the Guinness World Records. That's all it took, you guys. Literally, here's the receipt of what in the hell we're talking about. And this is the United States. So this isn't even happening in Australia. You know that we're not happy with Australia whatsoever, since they did set the precedent for this scam to be propped up. But this is shout out to the United States of America, who apparently is where this record is being recorded here for all of you to see.
Unlike most religions, the Church of Scientology was founded in living history. Lafayette Ronald Hubbard was born.
Okay. Now, here's where, you know what? I'm sorry. You're not going to say that blabbing BS. I'm sorry. Like, you read the books. Because again, you guys, if people are going to want to get paid money to really talk about a subject that, unlike many churches and many religions, and he was really alive when he did it, and I mean, come on. Come the F on. Are you really wanting to insult all other religions that have theology written in their books, that have the plausible deniability, that have the birds and the bees and the rivers and the great incarnation and the discarnation and the God and the flowers and the bees and the dirt and this and that and all of that? It's not technology. Religion is not technology, you guys. Religions can get infiltrated by disgusting degenerates looking to weaponize their BS to become predators and then have the cover of these books, because that's all it takes. Oh my God, all under the cover of this book, then I must be so great myself. Apparently, all it takes to be a great person is to enter into a building, and then all of a sudden you're, I couldn't be so close to God. So yes, shout out to religions that didn't write, as far as I know, to lock someone up against their will inside of a hotel room, including but not limited to minors. So in what world are all religions guilty of the exact same thing? You can claim that there's unhinged, disgusting priests that have done that to kids. And did they do that because they read it in a book, or did they do that because they were that depraved and unhinged? Because in our situation, it didn't matter if the person didn't want to be depraved and unhinged. They already read it in the book. They already got told that if they weren't like that, then it was their neck that was going to be put on a pike. Put on a literal pike, to grab our other note, you guys. Where is it? Put a head on a pike. Remember that little phrase that they love using? Oh, here. Look. Let's recycle so we don't just make a mess. Head on a pike if you go against what L. Ron Hubbard wrote. Head on a pike if you alter anything. Head on a pike if you question anything. Head on a pike, and a pike, and a pike, and a pike, and a pike. And that's all you ever got in that hotel. No, I don't think so. Oh, what? What do you think? You think you are high enough to tell us who L. Ron Hubbard is? You really think you can edit L. Ron Hubbard? You really think you can question him? No. No way, Jose.
Born on March 13th, 1911, in Tilden, Nebraska. His father was a naval officer, so the family moved around often and lived in Guam, China, and the Philippines. L. Ron Hubbard was an avid reader who was particularly interested in science fiction and adventure stories. When he was just 13 years old during the Great Depression, he published his first book in the pulp fiction genre. Writers at that time were paid a penny a word, so Hubbard wrote a lot, literally wearing himself out and dripping sweat over his typewriter.
Disgusting. Okay, shout out to that little detail, because I mean, as if we didn't need more details to have a disgusting image of who this man actually was, as if it wasn't typing words for pennies, literally like a penny pincher, typing, whatever in the hell came to his head, sweating like a disgusting, gross degenerate that was pitching all manner of disgusting ideas. And again, you guys, it's not our fault that people cannot stand to stomach what L. Ron Hubbard wrote for themselves, unless you really are in on the deals that you get in the hotel. I mean, tell us. And all of you who really want to criticize us, you come with your training. You come with your certificates. You come with knowing what in the hell L. Ron Hubbard said before you really come at us and say, well, you can't really say that that man who really does look real innocent, Serge, that you can't really say that he did anything bad because you don't know. I know enough to know that he could have paid for massages by minors. Not saying he did, not saying he didn't. I don't know, but that was available to him. And if it wasn't available to him, it was available to everyone else that visited the 501c. So in what world does he just get off scot-free because he looks real granola? So let's really just contextualize that for the people way in the back, you guys, that I guess show up for a couple of posts and just want to like really defend an elder, because yes, I get it, you guys. Elder abuse does happen. The elderly are very susceptible. It is part of that group that should really be protected. But some of these elderly have been there for 50 years. So yeah, it sucks that for 50 years they chose to be part of Hitler's Nazi army wannabe. You know, the Charles Manson deranged bunch of lunatics wannabes. They had their own little deal inside of those hotels. So they're not exactly like any of them, but you know what they have in common? They're all radicalized and extremist. So where's the humanity if you've been radicalized? Because we would love to really understand that for ourselves right about now. Where is the humanity when people get radicalized with rhetoric that radicalizes it? As if Germany wasn't literally vomiting, projectile vomiting, wanting to get rid of these people. And actually, they do teach them in Germany that these are dangerous people. They didn't get rid of them because, you know, the United States really came to their rescue thanks to John Travolta and Tommy Cruise. Oh, Department of whatever, please don't, you know, just leave him alone. Let's just let him do whatever. Let him do whatever. Well, you know what? German kids are implicated too, German people. So wake the F up. You know, don't celebrate. Oh, we really do call it a cult here. Who cares? The parents that are implicated don't give an F if you're calling it whatever in the hell you call it. They purport that you couldn't know what in the hell you're talking about. And most of them are right. But that's why we're exposing the facts. That's where we're exposing what in the hell you need to know. Because, yeah, let's skip you all the PhD that we had to have on L. Ron Hubbard and that disgusting pig. Because we could have done many more things with our formative years than listening to a disgusting, unhinged felon being pitched as an American-born god. And the sole reason we ended up in American soil, locked up in a hotel with our passport locked up, thanks to Debbie Cook and the IRS, and all of those people that are now playing real dumb in the aftermath of it all. Oh, can't prove anything right now because, you know, you really should have realized that you were being trafficked when you were, you know, 16, 18. Maybe we could have really started a case back then. But now, no. Now all the kids that got trafficked, sucks to be you and better luck next lifetime. It's all that's on the record, you guys. And yes, we don't want to do a class action lawsuit. We don't give an F about that. Civil lawsuits, shut the F up, here's some money. Shut the F up, here's some money. We don't give an F about their blood money. Felonies were committed, perpetrated on American soil, FBI, on American soil, Department of Justice of this United States. So Google that, you know what, real quick for yourselves, because we all know how little you like to be told what to do. You want to act so independent, prosecutorial, discrepancy, and all these BS terms so they don't do their goddamn job. So start doing it. Because you don't do it, kids suffer. Because you don't do it, kids get recruited off the streets of Hollywood. As if we don't have all the receipts to prove what in the hell we're saying. We got 3 months, DOJ. So by all means, start scouring through the receipts for your damn selves already. And stop acting so pathetic and lazy all at the same time. As if you don't get paid 6-figure salaries to do nothing and just sit in your little offices playing cop, defending nothing, enforcing no laws, and just playing dumb full time, because apparently that's a great little choice that they're doing for themselves, you guys, because yet again, nothing is going on. Everything is the same. No guardrails have been instituted since we all left the hotels. And in what world could that be? As if we haven't been trying to set a shred of guardrails for the last 10 years. But, you know, thanks to the corporate media and all law enforcement combined, they've all just, you know, sided with the DEUX. Imagine that.
In fact, much of what Scientology is can be found in his early fiction novels. Ideology like having a reactive mind, engrams, and going clear. But more on that later. Despite his early academic success, he failed his first-year exams at university where he was studying to be a civil engineering student. After that, Hubbard returned to writing, but despite publishing a number of books, he seemed unable to make a name for himself, and the royalties weren't enough to live on. Everything would change, however, at the outbreak of World War II, when he followed in his father's.
So where did he get his little idea, you guys, to really wear his ridiculous clown uniform? Because he did get, you know, a little stint in the military, and he couldn't have been more of a failure as it's being contextualized here. So I'm glad that this record is being set straight, and this is where we will give this creator credit when it's due, because, you know, his world record, which is something you can see with your eyeballs, and which is something that is a document that you can actually use some critical thinking skills to be like, oh, it says that he was a terrible person here. Oh my God, it does say that. Okay, let me type that up, because it does say that. And military records are records that are kept. So those are things that can be reported, because that's evidence. But evidence that was what? Whitewashed by who? Mike Rinder, were you L. Ron Hubbard's publicist? Yes or no? Answer that on the public record. Who sanitized this disgusting clown's image? Who did that? Was it you? Was it David? Or was it Marty? Or was it the 3 of you? Or was it only who? Because that would be great to find out right about now. Who was this man's publicist with a disgusting record of being a complete, utter, pathetic, systemic liar, pathological AF? And apparently everyone at the hotel is going with the pitch that is at the Guarantee Hollywood building. Still propped up the fake image. L. Ron Hubbard really did study a lot. L. Ron Hubbard did really have a great record, you guys. He couldn't have been more of a genius. He couldn't have been more of an Einstein. He couldn't have been more of, like, you know, a humanitarian. I mean, imagine the type of straight face you could literally lie your teeth with if you pitch this disgusting clown as a humanitarian. Because right about now, Robert E. Mangle, would be great to find out why your clients, what did you say? Trademarks, this disgusting felon's trademarks, that is nothing but a pathological liar on the record. Y'all should have really, you know, grabbed and called for his files at your Mangles and Mangles, whatever firm the hell you belong to.
Father's footsteps and enlisted as a naval officer. Hubbard was put in charge of a naval ship, but this would be for less than 90 days, and his military career was short-lived after he.
I mean, again, you guys, who dressed up like this? And we're going to just make a real quick point. Marty Rathbun, David Miscavige, Mike Rinder, Kian Leserve, Richard Reese. Debbie Cook, Angie Trent, Angie Blankenship, Ricky Jensen, Claire Headley, Marina Pazzotti, Francine Ledusser, Angie Blankenship, Jenny the Vogt, all of them dressed in this exact same uniform with these exact same pathetic fake flags for themselves, because they really did tell themselves, oh, I accomplished a lot of missions here in the Sea Org. I got a lot of kids started into the Sea Org contracts. Let me put another flag here. Let me just add another one here. And then all of a sudden they had a ton of flags here. And then they would walk around the hotels and our parents were like, oh my God, there's the captain. Hi, sir. Great to see you. So who were they emulating? This pathetic clown that was a liar and a conniving con man. So what? The disciples of a literal conniving man didn't end up conniving themselves, didn't end up being cons themselves. Please make it make sense. In what world were they paying to be influenced, reading every last shred of word he ever wrote? And now they want to be so, oh, that was being done over there. It was all David's fault. They all wore the uniform. They all were this pathetic. And, they're pathetically nowhere to be found, correcting the record, calling themselves out, going to the FBI Crimes Against Children unit, because the FBI is real pressed to solve whatever issue they're working on. That unless somebody comes with a silver platter of evidence, they're not going to lift a finger, is what in the hell is on the public record. Right, FBI? Right, LAPD? Right, Clearwater Police Department? Right, FDLE? Right, all of y'all?
He disregarded orders and held target practice off a ship. He claimed he was training his men, but what he really did was wade into Mexican territory and shoot at Mexican islands. Fortunately, no one was hurt, and in his tribunal, Hubbard attempted to blame his men, saying they were extremely inexperienced and needed target practice. And he
Imagine that, you guys. Who would L. Ron Hubbard want to blame right about now if he was getting called out in real time, if his ass was still being alive, if he had ever been confronted on the facts and not cradled and canoodled by goo-goo gaga idiots that have no confront of evil? That's what L. Ron Hubbard taught us in the hotels, you guys. He's like, confront evil, you guys. It's the thing man can and won't confront was the literal quote. The thing man and can't and won't confront is evil. So raise your confront of evil. So, but imagine that little quote was weaponized by Debbie Cook, by Richard Reese, by all the people that were training us, Marty Rathbun, and go, okay, so when you really go into those interrogations, raise your confront of evil. And if they tell you they've never committed a felony, really double check. Really double check. Like really bury the question in a million ways until you really maybe find out that they did do something, back in the day. Because the other thing that L. Ron Hubbard did tell us, you guys, is that withholds have to be restimulated. They're not in view and have to be keyed in, which means get them out, like get them to remember it. So a lot of times you would ask these people, have you committed any felony you have been arrested for? No, never. Of course not. I would never do that. Okay, well, what did you think of when I asked you the question? No, nothing. Okay, well, let's check again. Let's take a look. Have you ever committed a felony for which you have not been arrested? No, I really don't think so. Well, you know what? What's that you're looking at right there? What's that area that you're looking at right now? Right there. What's that? No, I don't get a picture of anything. What is the first thing that you thought of when I asked you the question? That right there. What's that? That. What is it? What are you thinking about? Well, I mean, I guess I thought of my college. Yeah, what happened in college? Did anything happen there? Any felonies that you would have, maybe done when you were in college? Right there. What did you think of? Well, I thought about a time that I did go into a bar and I got this girl real drunk. And then, you know what? Let me just tell you that she did say no the whole time. But, I kind of don't remember. And well, let's remember. We got 5 hours here. And you're going to pay me $500 an hour to really find out and to really sit here holding space for you to remember every last detail of that felony. So there. All the people that want to defend the Scientology parents, defend that. If you didn't know what an audit was in Scientology, I just gave y'all a tiny little snippeting So imagine that that's recorded by Mike Rinder. That's recorded by Debbie Boykin. That's recorded by Debbie Cook. That's recorded by Richard Reese. That's recorded by all of the RTC reps that are watching from a little, oh, look. Oh, she just told us about an out-pointy she had in a bus. Oh my God. Okay, let's send her another question. Find out if she ever did anything in a bathroom also at the hotel. And there they are all day writing it down. Yeah, thank you. Your needle is floating. Okay, everything's gone. This is the disgusting man with a disgusting record that propped this all up for his proteges to live it up inside of those hotels, go buck wild. And, right about now, L. Ron Hubbard is saying, it's not my fault, it's the idiots that did it. Well, it's giving Charles Manson, because you know what? He did try that legal strategy for himself and failed due to conspiracy law. He couldn't have planned the crime. He could not have literally masterminded it and then all of a sudden walk it the F back, a la Mike Rinder, a la Marty Rathbun, a la Debbie Cook, a la all the executives that have decided that they are nothing but little innocent ducklings that have no shred of a clue about nothing. Yeah, right.
He thought the islands were part of U.S. territory. It was written in his file by an admiral that, quote, this officer is lacking in the essential qualities of judgment, leadership, and cooperation. He acts without forethought as to probable results, end quote.
So he lacks foresight. I mean, he couldn't have had more of horrendous review, you guys. I mean, and I don't think the military's this tough on everybody, but I think that L. Ron Hubbard was just such a disgrace, just deluded AF on a power trip of his own. And, that's what he sold the rest of his proteges. I'm deluded AF. I'm L. Ron Hubbard. Don't you want to be like me? Don't you want to be unhinged? Don't you want to be deluded? Don't you want to just eat your own literal SHIT and then say it's amazing and you love it and isn't it so tasty and it tastes just like chocolate? Because right about now, that's what these people are eating. Literal, disgusting SHIT that they're purporting is chocolate. Oh, this is chocolate. We're eating chocolate, you guys. Religion, chocolate, technology, theology, all the same shit.
Hubbard was never put in charge of a military vessel again. Not long after, he was discharged from the U.S. military. But if one spoke to Hubbard, they would believe he was a decorated war hero due to the tall tales he would tell. Such is a tale he told to his first girlfriend after.
You know what? DuckTales. Do you see what I mean, you guys? I mean, it's like the ducks, and shout out to Confident Chris. Shout out to him who literally, after investigating these people for 3 months, he's like, well, you know what? I think they're just a bunch of ducks. And I was like, oh my God, you're right. I've never thought about it like that. It was breaking news to me. So credit when credit is due. That was Confidence Chris that came up with the ducks as he was seeing them line up for their little duck mothership where they do get teletransported with their wonderful technology from office building to dormitories that are dilapidated AF, even though they're the ones that are supposed to be the executives selling freedom to the people that, again, before all of you feel so bad, oh my God, it's so expensive, Scientology, they're getting tax write-ups, you guys. They're getting tax write-ups. The IRS is literally on rewarding this lawless, reckless, unhinged behavior. So yes, the FBI doesn't give an F. Yes, the FBI only cared when they got infiltrated. Imagine that. The government really acts pressed because they go, oh my God, you guys, breaking news. They took papers from an office. We're the United States. We could never stand for that. Really, let's indict these people because papers from an office being removed is 100 billion times more important than children being trafficked all across the world. So shout out to the FBI who really did go to indict these people and didn't shut it down when they had a chance. to do so because they didn't give an F. As long as the little prosecutor got, oh, look, I did get 12 people. I got 12 points. Very statistic driven is what these prosecutors are, you guys. All of them is, we don't give an F for that. I'm not going to get points. If I don't get points, then I don't give an F. Give me the easy things that I can prove. I don't want to go up against hundreds of amazing law firms that I guess, I don't know. In what world can you literally pitch the indefensible systemic locking up of minors against their will in disgusting, hardcore role plays where no minor can put a shred of boundary? But it's the hardest case to make. Apparently in America, nothing could be harder than to convince a judge that, as long as Monique says the word ecclesiastical orthodoxy, okay, well, you know what? I can't have a shred of a critical thinking skill for myself anymore. Poor little judges, you guys. We really should be sending them all fruit baskets ourselves and say, here, must be so hard to do your job, judge. Must be so hard to be you. Must be so hard for you to collect evidence. Must be so hard. So let's all shed tears. Because we are very concerned about the poor little judges that cannot, set any laws to go anywhere because apparently 11 people getting indicted back in the day, Mary Sue Hubbard herself, and now we're going to learn about, this other wife of L. Ron Hubbard to really see what type of, glorious, amazing man he was and how all of this information wasn't really pitched to all the proteges and to all of our, parents. Shout out to the Scientology parents. I guess you didn't get told that L. Ron Hubbard was a wife abuser, but, everything's been on the record. So you still don't get a pass to be willfully ignorant and dumb as a duck. Literally, you don't get a pass.
After the war, Sarah Northrup. He told Sarah he captained a ship that had been downed in the Pacific, thus being forced to spend weeks in a raft where he was blinded by the sun. He claimed to even have had a broken back, but thanks to certain methodologies which would later become the basis of Scientology, he cured himself.
Oh my God, you guys, see? The truth corroborates itself. What was that Celebrity Center guy telling us the other day? Oh yeah, I just got my wisdom teeth pulled and they told me not to take the Vicodin and they told me to go in there and then they pulled it out of my head and then all of a sudden I didn't have it and I don't understand how it happened, but it did happen. And they made me go clear, and meanwhile, he didn't even know what a CCRD was. I mean, how pathetic can anyone be? How pathetic can OSA be to send distractors our way that just want to get a little camera time for themselves and ask stupid questions so they can be burned to ashes for their stupidity? Because that's what in the hell it's called. And yeah, we welcome all the pushback you want, but then don't get pissed that you're getting burned because you don't know what in the hell you're talking about and you're just opening your mouth to quack. We don't have the bandwidth, we don't have the patience, and we don't give a shred of an F to listen to more quacks. Inside of those hotels, we were forced to listen to quacks all day long and disassociate ourselves so that they could have their dysfunctional, disgusting hotel culture just going full raging without a shred of oversight, thanks to the IRS.
But his 900-page military file proved otherwise. Hubbard was not a decorated war hero, nor was he ever on a ship that sank, and he spent no time adrift in the Pacific.
900 record pages. So again, Mike Rinder, this is your question to answer to all of America. Were you or were you not L. Ron Hubbard's publicist? Were you or were you not aware that there was 900 pages of military records that stated that the client that you took on pro bono, no one's questioning your ability to PR, Mike Rinder. No one's questioning your ability to spin. You did L. Ron Hubbard's PR pro MF bono. Apparently, you were so happy he chose you that you did it? And where was the 900 fake military record in that likes exhibition that you propped up? Because you know what? I went through that stupid exhibition for myself, and I didn't see a shred of mention of L. Ron Hubbard being a total idiot. I mean, a literal total idiot that is the one that told you all to really wear those military fake uniforms, because he couldn't have been more of a failed, disgusting, degenerate. Military wanted to get rid of him at all costs, and we had 9 pages of receipts to form that opinion about him. And apparently neither you, nor Angie Trent, nor Shelley Miscavige, nor David, nor nobody has had access to what this YouTuber did have access for herself. So are the records wrong? Or are you guys all lying to everyone? And, you know, you're nowhere to be found on the public record correcting anything. Because this is I don't give an F about correcting a shred of a thing. I'm just a duck, and I quack, and I did it because I got told. That's not good enough as a defense. And you all that worked at those high echelons of Scientology with connections to the best of the best attorneys that y'all were retaining for yourselves, as if you were all the same. As if all of you, the slave masters of this disgusting pyramid scheme that kind of keep pitching that, oh yes, we were just as abused as everyone else because David Miscavige did really beat us. And meanwhile, here the receipts showing up by themselves. That's how the truth corroborates itself. Because the receipts don't match whatsoever. That's what in the hell this is giving. In what world was L. Ron Hubbard the most amazing whatever IRS? And y'all could have literally gone to your governmental documents. I mean, being an auditor of the IRS, do they have no critical thinking skills, you guys? They didn't want to approve this for the longest time. They really wanted to shut it off. But then all of a sudden, oh, never mind. It's great. Look, let's go with it. And let's give everyone a tax write-off fully as a full-blown donation. And let's launder money together. Right, IRS? Are you laundering money? IRS, are you doing that? Or who in the hell benefits from $3 billion stuck in a 501c? Because, you know, not even the pathetic adults that are doing this pro bono on their own volition. So stop trying to save them. All of you that go, oh, we really need to save all of the adults. I mean, sure, go and save all the crack addicts from, you know, Skid Row too while you're at it. Go beg them to stop using. Go see if that works. People that are addicted, deluded, deranged, not there, not wanting to get sober, not wanting to fess up, not wanting to take accountability, not wanting to clean up their side of the street, not wanting to have a shred of integrity because they're so pressed that their identity might be compromised the minute they actually do start getting on the straight and narrow. That's what it's called. But it's like we always keep getting this pitch like, oh, everyone needs to be saved out of the hotels, you guys. Let's really all gather up and really go hip, hip, hooray. Let's really be nice to you and see if that gets you to stop being an unhinged, abusing trafficker that is a literally enabled predator. You think these people wanted to stop? It's not what's on the public record. I'm sorry to break all of y'all's delusions of what in the hell is on the public record. Debbie Cook is on the public record saying she loved it in there. She had 17 years of amazing work. She saw the miracles of this all over her hotels. So in what world are they going to need saving when they cannot even tell on themselves and be like, oh my God, I was deranged. Oh my God, I did follow a convicted, indicted felon that literally light his eyes off. And then I became that. Full willing, full knowing, full consenting as a full grown adult. These people went to their mid-50s doing this stuff. Some of us didn't get that. Some of us did leave in our early 20s. Did repudiate this shit as fast as we MF could. And it did take long. Yeah, sure, it did. It does take long to figure it out. But in what world are we in 2024 and everyone's still out there playing dumb? Because that's what it's called. It's not called, oh, I didn't realize that you've had the time to go to therapy. You've had the time to reconcile with your trauma. If you don't want to reconcile with it, then go find out why you don't want to reconcile with it. Because maybe you checked with a criminal attorney and they just told you, well, just get on a whole bunch of false pitches, sell a whole bunch of false books that really can pitch other stuff that doesn't incriminate you. And all of a sudden you're going to do great in life and you're going to be, having a great time. That's literally what's on the public record as we speak right now. 2024 is the year.
In fact, military records state his only wounds while in service were conjunctivitis and an ulcer.
This is what in the hell is called a receipt, you guys. When we can call L. Ron Hubbard and Mike Rinder pathological liars, is because we got the receipt to prove it. And here's the receipts, Mike Rinder. Here's the receipts. In what world did you not have access to these receipts? Because if you were literally his publicist, why did you not have access to these receipts? That, I remember, you guys, like we would get told, oh, whoever questions his military record, you guys, is just that they're just, trying to make him look bad. They don't understand what a genius L. Ron Hubbard is. So it didn't matter. I mean, these things were even questioned when I was there. I remember hearing the pitch. I remember hearing, oh yeah, this doesn't matter. Like, they don't have the facts. They don't know what in the hell they're talking about. I mean, it's giving exactly what in the hell they're doing now when they get questioned about, why are you doing this at the centers? It's like, you don't know. Like, it's all that anger. And it's like, oh, I'm right. And it's like, it's called being Delulu. Delulu AF is what these ducks become, unfortunately for them, literally.
After being discharged from the Navy, Hubbard rediscovered his passion for writing. In 1950, he published a best-selling book titled Dianetics, The Modern Science of Mental Health. This was to become the foundation of what we now know as Scientology. Hubbard married Sarah Northrup, who was 13 years his junior when he was 35 years old. He was abusive.
So there you go, guys. Right there. Shout out to L. Ron Hubbard, who did like them young, just as his proteges did. And you, David Miscavige, you can tell everyone how your staff at RTC was highly selected, curated with young ones. Not as young as Angie Blankenship. You're right about that. Angie Blankenship and COCMO, Clearwater, you guys, they're 90% minors. 90. Imagine that. Minors that were all told, you're messengers, you're literally an emissary of this disgusting pig. Imagine that they were drawing power from being told that they were just an extension of L. Ron Hubbard. And that's why everyone went around the hotel going, oh, that's might as well be L. Ron Hubbard when you're speaking to a 12-year-old. Right, Mike Rinder, or wrong? Right, David Miscavige, or wrong? Right, Janice, or wrong? So where are y'all repudiating that on the public record today? Where? Where in the hell are y'all? The emissaries, the ones that did role play that after that was role played on y'all. Because that's what in the hell you're getting called out for. Oh, but second generation. Well, you know what? We're third generation and we stopped it as fast as we literally humanly possibly could. But in the public record, y'all are just jolly old time. We're motorcycling around Ibiza, Spain and going to the islands. And I begged to come back and I really liked it and I really loved it. Well, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that for everyone. Because when we were under y'all, since we never were under L. Ron Hubbard, since he was dead in a grave by the time we got trafficked into the Florida hotel, y'all couldn't have been more unhinged. And y'all know exactly what in the hell we mean. So stop playing dumb and stop blaming it on us, the ones that are calling you out, because that's all you ever have as a method. We are the ones with the problem, right? Sure.
To Sarah, and she would later speak on how Hubbard told her the only way to make any real money was to have a religion. Hubbard expected to sell 6,000 copies of Dianetics, but it did so much more. Dianetics sold over 16,000 copies a month and remained on the bestseller list for 100 weeks. According to former Scientology chief spokesperson Mike Rinder, people
Oh, there you are getting called out, Mike Rinder. So that's another receipt on the record. So if you really want to say that you weren't, then I don't know. It's not what it says here.
sold over 16,000 copies a month and remained on the bestseller list for 100 weeks. According to former Scientology chief
Former executive director of the Office of Special Affairs in Scientology. So how does it make sense that L. Ron Hubbard's record was highly sanitized with lies that you cannot even blame L. Ron Hubbard on, because he was pretty much dead, gone, pathetic, delusional, in a trailer, high out of his mind, paranoid AF, what's on the public record. By the time that you and little David and little Marty really came up with your idea of, let's really, stage a coup, and let's really grab a hold of power, and let's really run this 501c, and let's really get it approved by the IRS, because then what? Then the attorneys told you, oh, if you do that, then no one's ever going to go inside the hotel. Right or wrong? If you do that, then the FBI is going to be like, whoop, ecclesiastical, oh my God, can't go inside a hotel. And every victim that gets victimized by y'all will have a really hard time. It will be, what is it called? Like an uphill battle to get a shred of justice, because America really cares about the First Amendment. America really cares about a convicted, indicted felon having his way with kids. And every last protege adult that loved it, that paid for it, that became a paid IIS member. So again, for those in the back that really want to go, everyone needs to be saved. They put their money where their mouth is. They're paid members of this hotel. As grown adults, as read the pitch that's in the book. This is what's going to happen inside. As go get service by that minor that's going to do an ethics handling on you, because we're tapping minors to do ethics handlings on adults inside hotels. So you, Mike Rinder, make that pitch make sense. You are a brilliant PR man, but spin ain't going to help you today. We don't give a shred of an F about your spin. You're a spin doctor. You're literally like Gargamel playing Papa Smurf. But we know that you're a Gargamel. You've had enough time. How dare you? Having all the time in the world to really, reconcile your trauma at best. But again, everything is David's fault and nothing is your fault. So make it make sense. We literally dare you to make it make the F sense.
spokesperson Mike Rinder, people were attracted to Dianetics because one of its theories is to discover things that have been upsetting or traumatic to you. And if you can observe and identify what happened, the power of that event to influence you today is removed. In other words, Dianetics purported that through practice, one could take any harmful or painful memories and through a series of basic steps, simply throw them away.
Purported. Right, Mike Rinder? And that's your pitch being quoted here. That's your delusion. That's your sanitization in real time being played out. If you didn't know what an auditing session was, then you should have really studied it. So you couldn't have just spun without a conscience. Whatever in the hell you could have just typed for yourself. Oh, it's really wanting to help somebody when you get locked up against your will. How are children helped when they get locked up against their will, Mike Rinder? That is the question you have to answer to the entire America. Put a little addendum in your little book and put that pitch in there, because then we'll buy the book. We will really buy 1 billion years and 1 billion lies and 1 billion whatever in the hell you wrote there, whatever in the hell you spun that does not contain anything like this that we know of, literally. And you would know that. You know exactly what that book contains, and you know exactly what that book doesn't contain. Just like an OW write-up that you could have done. You know what were your safe withholds to get off, which is all this book is about. I'm going to pitch it like this, and then I'm not implicated. I'm going to pitch it like that, and then I'm not the one at fault. I'm going to pitch it like that, and then I blame it all on David. And then I'm just going to collect some checks for myself and going to launder my image ad nauseum because, you know, if L. Ron Hubbard's record was fake AF, yours is even worse. In this year 2024 is you who has to explain. And stop telling everyone that, oh, no one can. What? We cannot ask you questions. You didn't expect us to grow the F up. You didn't expect us to become adults. And you put yourself in that position and you did it for how many decades? You're on the record saying that. So you start making the math for yourself instead of coming after us, trying to attack us for literally asking questions, because that's all of you executives of disgusting L. Ron Hubbard always were all about. Don't ask questions. You don't have the authority. We're the regal ones. We're the superior ones. We're the senior ones. We're the ones you have to really call sir. We're the ones wearing the fake military uniform, just like our daddy figure, L. Ron Hubbard. Well, then start taking responsibility for having made L. Ron Hubbard your daddy figure, because that's on you now. Those are your choices. So stop getting so emotional and stop playing the victim. Again, this is the only thing you ever can play. Oh, I'm the victim. I'm being attacked. You're not being attacked. You're being asked questions that should have answers that make sense if you were being honest for the last 18 years instead of just blaming everything on David Miscavige, because I got you a lot of clicks and a lot of like laundering your image. Imagine that if Jelaine would have really gone on a press tour, gotten to Miami Herald and told them, I didn't know anything, you guys. I was just dead. Jeffrey manipulated me. Jeffrey really, you know, had me under so much undue influence. But, you know, she was there with, I think, 20 years. I think you did double the time in that place. You would know exactly how much time you have. But this is your pitch. So by all means, make this pitch make sense that this YouTuber, independent of all of us, is putting on the public record, because that's what's on the public record. How else can anyone say anything about this situation if it's not on the public record, if it hasn't been said?
These could be memories from something as profoundly traumatic as war or a family estrangement, or something small like a minor argument with a spouse. With this success, Hubbard was paid lucratively to give lectures. He also established organizations which hosted Dianetics-based self-improvement groups.
And again, you guys, as if this book, this disgusting book, the so-called Bible of this movement, the very first one that made L. Ron Hubbard the influencer that he's not. The thing that L. Ron Hubbard really did use to, you know, bamboozle everyone, to literally bamboozle every single person. Talking about pitching in this literal book, and you can talk to that too, Mike Rinder. You can really talk to that right about now. Publicists that you were, dealing with the New York Times, setting up the pitches, setting up the New York Times bestseller, putting that stamped everywhere so that everyone would be bamboozled, that as long as the editorial of the New York Times did endorse it and missed the part of that 7-year-old little girl that might not like being kissed by a grown-ass man, and then all of a sudden y'all would be blaming that 7-year-old girl because Dianetics said that. Okay, well, you know, L. Ron Hubbard did write that for himself, so we are completely covered, right, Monique Yingling? Go. You know Monique Yingling personally. You spend so much time. You were mentored by Monique and the rest of those pathetic people that you, as the head of OSAB, I mean, you weren't just even a publicist. You literally were the one that was hiring the attorneys. I mean, yeah, all had to be approved by Marty and Dave. We know that you were still a peon to them. But that's not our problem. That's your problem to sort out with them. You did this pro bono. You signed up to be a volunteer. And then you went around setting up the infrastructure necessary to kidnap us as kids, to put us in your web of lies and deceit, to ensnare every single last parent in this disgusting scam that you have propped up in a big, big way. So why don't you grow some literal BALLSs and literally start actually coming clean for once in your life, or literally once in your life on your own volition. We shouldn't have to even be pointing this out. This should already have been on the public record by you. If you cared about Benjamin getting out of there, if you cared about my cousin that's married to your son, that was also abducted as a minor, in case you didn't know that, in case you don't even know who your son is married to, and that you would be family with me of no choice. But there you are. There you are. Benjamin locked up in the hotel, you know, being catered to by Dave. Imagine that.
People would pay up to $500 per person for Dianetics trainings in the 1950s. That's equivalent to $5,800 today. Central
See, you guys, and all it took is for these people, again, it's all a branding thing. Oh, if I'm paying $5,000, then I'm not getting scammed, right? It's all branding. It's all PR. It's all spin. This book, so great. Look, the New York Times did say that it's amazing. Well, you know what? Read it. Read it, New York Times editorial board. Read it and tell us why y'all have kept this book, why y'all haven't repudiated, taken it back. It's your fault that you put it there. It's your fault that your editorial board couldn't be more pathetic and stupid. I mean, please, you guys, I mean, we're talking about things that are written in the book. It's called, we're talking about the receipt that does not make a shred of sense now on the aftermath of all this BS that we are seeing for ourselves firsthand playing out here with, you know, Dianetics being the thing that propped L. Ron Hubbard up from being a complete, utter failure to then all of a sudden start doing his little influencer stuff so he could really develop a community of devoted, unhinged degenerates that were pressed to get whatever in the hell L. Ron Hubbard pitched to them. And yes, 74 years later, there is no parents repudiating that. At the level of scale, let's really give them a word that they will understand. It's called correct estimation of effort. Scientology word, you guys. So if everything is so messed up, if everything is a disaster, if everything is just complete nothing, you have to have the correct estimation of effort to put it all back in order. So if this room is a mess and a hoarder has been living here and you just throw a little tide over the boxes, guess what? Wrong estimation of effort. Guess what? The room ain't getting cleaned all by itself because you threw tide on the boxes. You're just making more of a mess. And if you're deluded enough to walk out of the room full of a mess from hoarding all your crimes, all your felonies, all your racketeering that you're all involved in, full knowing, full receipts taken, it's called in the law with full premeditated intention. Because if you were recording it, if you were grading it, because I've told you guys many times, every time we did one of these interrogations, you got either a very well done, a well done by exams, or a flunk. So every single last shred of audit done in those hotels is graded by a grown-up, or sometimes I would train minors too. So don't worry about it. Minors also became case supervisors and graded things with very well done. You applied the technology of L. Ron Hubbard exactly how it said in the book. Well done if you made a mistake. Well done by exam if you made so many mistakes that, you know, it's a miracle that the needle floated by the time the person got there. And flunk if the person had a red tag, which means they didn't have a floating needle after they got interrogated for 5-6 hours. So imagine children would leave these interrogations after 6 hours and then their needle wouldn't float because they couldn't be more disassociated, disgusted, and nauseated and just relief that they, after 6 hours it ended, but oh no, now you're red tag, now your auditor got a flunk, and now let's go interrogate you some more. Let's get Serge to go interrogate you. He's great at interrogations. He's one of the best we got, right, RTC? Right, Marty Rathman? Wasn't that one of the best ones that y'all had? Y'all were so proud. Oh, look, he really does question people. Look at him. Look, all adults, look, even the kids do it better than y'all. How many times did you do that, Debbie Cook, in front of everyone? That's one of their major favorite things that they love doing to the adults, to insult them and humiliate them and tell them how pathetic they were, because, only the pretty young and with a certain type of flair to them were propped up over here, you guys. These were used to lure this idea that we were so perfect and so like, oh my God, so OT, so all these terms that meant nothing. But trust me, to them, it meant a lot. So all of that comes from this disgusting book, Dianetics, that really propped up L. Ron Hubbard as a so-called genius. I mean, apparently he was a genius and he really came up with the modern science of mental health. And is it a modern science? Is it mental health? Is it a religion? Is it a hotel? Please advise somebody what in the hell it is.
Central to the teachings of Dianetics is the practice of auditing. Audits are a type of unproven talk therapy where an auditor assesses a person's subconscious mind to identify.
So again, from this influencer, you guys, like, if you're not going to become an auditor, then don't comment on it, because guaranteed you're literally going to blab from your mouth and not know what in the hell you're talking about. Where's their familiarity to how these audits are conducted? Where's their familiarity to how the rules of engagement are set? Where's their familiarity of having eyeballs, of having been in the ivory towers where this was being done, including but not limited to when Lisa McPherson was being literally abused? The goal of auditing is to restore beingness and ability. What the hell is beingness? It's nothing. It's another euphemism from L. Ron Hubbard to purport that he really came up with a lot of great ideas. Beingness means nothing. Nothing. Yeah, of course, it has a definition for the people on the inside, because they go, oh my God, they taught us a word. Beingness. My beingness. You're not in beingness. What's your auditor beingness? You really need to sort out your beingness. And ability. What ability is literally extracted from being tortured? We would love to hear what that is. This is accomplished by one helping the individual rid himself of any spiritual disabilities. So once again, in what world are you ridding yourself of anything when you have not a shred of autonomy, when you're being strapped to those cans, not handcuffs, not a la Ruby Frankie. So yes, you're right. The handcuffs weren't like that, but the handcuffs were like this. And if you moved, stop moving. We're checking the questions. Stop. Nope. Stop moving. Stop. Don't move your feet. Don't move anything. Just sit there and take the questions. Imagine that criminals are afforded more grace and dignity than that of children that end up locked up there, unable to literally have the capacity to go. Next question, please. Like, that's disgusting. I don't even know what in the hell you're talking about. You're just some random person that completed a 2-week course inside of a hotel that my parent is telling me to really go trust. Very a la Gayla Aguirre, that disgusting woman that you guys saw. Robotic AF they can't defend anything, because what are they defending? They're defending that they are who they don't want the world to see they are. And you know what? The door was open. They could be in this literal fight right now, saying and going on the record and repudiating and saying they're disgusted with themselves as much as we are. We're disgusted. This is unthinkable. This is indefensible. But apparently it cannot be called out, because auditing is the thing that we really help people with, to help themselves with spiritual disabilities and increasing individual abilities. Where I would love to hear how, again, kids were being helped inside of those hotels. Because so far I can tell you, neither Jenna Miscavige, neither I, neither Laura, neither Nora, neither Liz Ferris, none of the ones that are speaking are under delusion that anything of these audits that were done on us were in any way, shape, or form helpful. In fact, that is the only reason a lot of us are even having the bandwidth to return to this conversation and speak and advocate, because We know no one inside of those hotels will advocate for those kids. We know they have already normalized all of these disgusting, indefensible abominations for themselves. We have the receipts for the last 3 months. Maybe before we could have been like, well, maybe they don't have kids there anymore. Very a la Tracy McManus from the Tampa Bay Times. Well, we don't really know, Serge, who's inside of those hotels anymore. So thank you for telling us all of that disgusting stuff for years and years and years that we haven't typed a single word about. But you know what? Let's just wait on the sidelines for the stories to really develop. Let's just wait, you know? Because we don't know. Maybe there's kids, maybe there's not. So, but, you know, but have a great time in the meantime. You have a great time. Just move on. Move the F on. Well, thank you, Tracy McManus, but we're not moving on. And you're getting called out for doing nothing. So whatever in the hell schooling you went to that taught you how to investigate, go and beg those hotels to put you through their investigation skills. Because if your investigation skills are the ones they are, when you get the story of the kids, when you get access to kids that you would know what in the hell you witnessed, we wouldn't have to tell you. And we're not even going to mention it. But just an FYI. Because again, you guys, everybody goes, oh, but doesn't the media want to do anything? The media doesn't want to do shit. The media doesn't want to do shit unless they're collecting a quick check real quick, real fast. Oh, where is it? Oh, here. Let's collect this. Let's type this thing that already happened. That's all they care about. Oh, this already happened. Great. Let's go with that. And you know what? That's not good enough because they're the corporate media. They're the ones that supposedly have the brand of legitimacy. They're the ones that have legal departments to really make sure that that their stories are not full of shit. And yet we have rocky childhoods being pitched by Tampa Bay Times, not by Tracy, but by Thomas C. Tobin. So if Thomas C. Tobin cut your legs, Tracy, then that's on you because enough information was shared with you for you to just sit there on the sidelines. You've had enough eyeballs inside of those cities for yourself that, you know, if these kids here already are 10 million steps ahead of you on the story, then it really shows. It's really giving how neglectful, how recklessly neglectful all of you are at the Tampa Bay Times. How dare you? The scourge of this disgusting operation is on y'all. Y'all are nowhere to defend a shred of a thing. And if you don't want to be told, then go and find out for your damn selves. Figure it out. Become creative. That's what it requires when you're investigating something. Don't just get told what it was by Mike Rinder, by Debbie Cook, by Debbie Boykin, by Debbie, whatever in the hell people that you talk to that are your great sources to really show you and share, because all you care about is David Miscavige and David Miscavige and David Miscavige, and you can't get that word out of your damn mouth because I guess it sets headlines. And as long as they're making cash, again, you guys, headline, David Miscavige, buildings are very important. Why are buildings being purchased? Buildings. Okay, well, again, in what world is $100 million of real estate sitting there frozen in that city with nothing making sense and y'all not able to investigate yourselves out of a literal paper bag? We need a bag to vomit. Literally, that's what we need right now, you guys. Projectile vomit in y'all's bags. Literally put vomiting emojis on the chat, to be honest, like, because this is what it is.
Blockages that are stopping them from achieving clarity or success in life. In Dianetics, these blockages are referred to as engrams, which Hubbard claimed are remnants of traumatic experiences that every soul has experienced either in this life or in a previous one. A person can only have their engrams cleansed or removed by undergoing audits. The more engrams you have, the more audits you need to go through, and the more you need to pay for each session. Once a follower has completed the required number of audits, they are considered clear. With more than 500 groups being ran across the United States,
I mean, again, you guys, you just went through the explanation of what clear is and the audits and the dot and the engrams and whatever. It's all BS. That's not how it works. That's not how you go clear. That's not how you come to the state of clear. You have to do You have to do the pure, you have to do the objectives, you have to do all the grade expanded. Then you have to go on NED. Then you have to run a certain amount of engram chains. They have to check all your folders. They have to read everything you're doing. And then after hundreds and hundreds of hours of being subjected to this, then you get told, oh my God, yes, you achieved the state of clear, a la Lisa McPherson. So all this is just regurgitated glib pitches that again, it's like, how could they understand that if they didn't become an auditor themselves? Like, in what world can they have a shred of critical thinking skill when they don't know what in the hell they're covering? Because that's what this is giving. When they talk about this, I'm sorry, but you don't understand what audits are because you weren't there. You haven't trained auditors. You haven't done a single session for yourself. So you're just regurgitating what you were told. So we need to correct that record because, again, you guys, this already got seen by, I don't know, I think 250,000 people on YouTube. So Scientology is definitely a very lucrative industry of yappers and covering whatever because they put Tom Cruise's thing in the front and then all of a sudden, whatever. So imagine that this is where we are with auditing after 74 years. Nobody knows what in the hell it is. And it's just a bunch of, sanitized pitches that they've read about.
Hubbard realized that there was more money to be made in selling self-improvement than in writing books. Dianetics believers were so determined to improve themselves that they would pay whatever price he demanded to have a personalized experience. In their minds, paying more would equal better results. As the Dianetics momentum built, Hubbard rolled out a tiered structure of levels that his followers could achieve by going through audits or undertaking training.
And you see, guys, right there, I mean, thank God for footage and video receipts. Because right again, here we go with these young people. I mean, Scientology's been always after young people. The people that you see here, right here, they're young. They're literally naive. They're literally susceptible to the con. Imagine that this new generation of kids that are filming them aren't falling for the BS, are 1,000,000,000% capable of holding their own as they ask these people the questions that they look like bumbling idiots regurgitating every pitch they were told to say to people. My communication couldn't be so much better. I can speak to anybody at whatever time and whatever time I feel like, and I'm so helped and I'm so great and I'm so wonderful. That's what's on the public record. So again, all these people that really want to save everybody there, they are loving it. They are loving it. They're getting something out of it. They are being useful to the organization and the organization is being useful to them. Until an adult doesn't have a problem for themselves, do they then choose to leave and want to go? That's what's on the public record so far. And yeah, maybe some of them wanted to leave earlier and, they really did keep me. Well, you know what? It sucks to be you, an adult that couldn't leave, because there's plenty of examples. Jenna left early. Laura left early. Nora left early. Liz Gale left early. Christy Gordon left early. I left early. Plenty of people have left early. So there's no excuse to not leave early. There is no excuse. My sister's still there. She's not leaving. She's not leaving anytime soon. Google her name. She's having a jolly old time with living it up with all manner of stuff. So this idea that everyone is such a victim, this is a pyramid scheme. People are getting benefits from being inside of that network. That's what's being questioned. Why is that network all complicit in funding a 501c, all complicit on calling their business managers and tax people preparers? I really just donated $100,000 to tell these people a bunch of felonies that I'm not going to get arrested for anymore. Thank God I didn't have to get a criminal attorney, because that would have been a lot of headache. Ask Danny Masterson how that went for him. How many years was Celebrity Center in on it? Meanwhile, where is any obstruction of justice? I mean, yeah, hopefully a grand jury investigation. Great. One jury investigation. Let's see what in the hell comes out of that. But meanwhile, all other kids underage that have been abused have been told, you deserved it. There's no justice for you. Everything about your statutes of limitations couldn't be more expired. You should have really come earlier. You should have really figured it out. You should have really figured out how the law works. You should have really figured out how civil law works and criminal cases, and really should have figured out that the LAPD is not as compromised as they've already shown us. And the Clearwater Police Department, that again, you guys, I went there when I was still naive and gullible AF, thinking, oh my God, they have never been told. And I would know that they have never been told because I would know how much Debbie Cook control our leashes to make sure we weren't ever opening our mouth to the Clearwater PD or anyone else in law enforcement or anyone else of the idiots at the New York Times, or Clearwater, St. Petersburg Times at the time, SP Times. You know, they really even went with that, guys. And that worked with us as kids. Oh my God, the SP Times. We thought, oh my God, what a coincidence. They're the SP Times. They are suppressives. That's all it took for us to be like, yeah, SP Times. Yeah, suppressives. They're suppressives. They don't know what in the hell we have here. You know, Lisa McPherson died because, you know, she was a PTS and, you know, she deserved it. And, you know, when you are PTS, then you roller coaster. If her mom didn't want to, you know, that's kind of why they blame it on. They're like, oh, her mom didn't want her to be here. Therefore, her family, who thought she was being abused, said, don't be there. Don't be with those people. And then all of a sudden, that's why she died. Imagine that that's the pitch. Literally, like, with a straight face. This is not an infantile whatever, that this is what they say. Oh, the technology said that if anybody says don't do this, then all of a sudden, you guys get it. But going back to this young people, 1967 is here. The receipts of them already putting people on these BS cans, sadistic, disgusting instruments of torture. This is called bondage. This is called you cannot move. This is called you cannot literally have a shred of agency. Once they have you hooked up to that, you are theirs and you cannot say no to nothing. So that's being questioned. Why are the audits that way? So for all of these glib reporters that write pitches about how it's so therapeutic, why are the audits done with such a level of disgusting, indefensible power dynamics that couldn't be more unhinged, literally? If somebody can defend this, then would be great to hear how we are so wrong and how we are just literally out of our mind for pointing out what to us is the obvious. It's taken us an entire lifetime to get here, mind you.
In Dianetics, he told his followers that by going through audit.
Oh my God, you guys, I'm sorry I have to stop at this. Like the stupid tomato photo. Do y'all know how much that photo was shown to us? Oh, look, you guys, here's L. Ron Hubbard doing his research. I even remember at the time, I was like, what in the hell is L. Ron Hubbard doing with a tomato? And then, you know, I remember like a couple of students got in trouble because they started putting like, you know, oh, let's see if the cucumber reads and things like that. And then somebody came from RTC and they're like, what are you doing? This is squirrel. And they're like, oh, we saw it on a photo. This is out of tech. So very pressed to no one follow this photo op of L. Ron Hubbard, that all it took for him to pitch himself as a great researcher is put the literal cans on a tomato. And then all of a sudden, everybody was bamboozled to be like, yeah, look, this is real L. Ron Hubbard doing his research.
And paying their way into the higher levels, they could increase their IQ, perfect their health, and rediscover suppressed supernatural powers.
Imagine these people, you guys, I have to say this, increase their IQ. Do y'all know the type of IQ I was showing up in those hotels with, having not even finished 7th grade? 155. I didn't start there, but they have us do the test so many times. Every time you finish the course, they have you do the same fucking test. So every time you're like, okay, well, when I was 12, I didn't know the answer to these questions, but by the time I was 18, I did. I did know the answer to the questions. I could do the whole thing. And I'm like, oh my God, 155 IQ. Scientology's really working. But imagine the stupidity. You're getting the same questions. You're literally answering the same test over and over and over. I guess some people still didn't have a high IQ, you guys, because no matter how many times they took the goddamn test, they were just literally clueless. But I digress again.
They could also be completely healed from any disease and immune from any illness. By then, demand was so high that Hubbard couldn't carry out all of the audits on his own. So he began offering paid training to others who wanted to become Dianetics auditors. During this time, his wife Sarah claimed that Hubbard became extremely paranoid, delusional, and arrogant. He believed he was godlike and had
You guys, that about describes every single one of these ducks. Literally. I mean, they're all following L. Ron Hubbard's footsteps. Delusional AF, paranoid AF, and just could be no more pressed to answer a single question anytime anybody questions or threatens to tell them no. That's the only time that they get real pressed, as you see with these protests. Like, they're acting like we're the boogeymans of the world, that we are the ones that have GUNSs. I mean, imagine how paranoid they have to be making that many false claims on a daily basis. Oh my God, you guys, they're really showing up with a BOM and BS and literally send everybody here to help us. And then the Clearwater Police just runs there. The LAPD just runs there. The fire department was there yesterday, you guys. I mean, we don't even have time to react to all the stupidity that is being caught. There's like too many breaking news every single second. Some stupid stuff is going on with this city and with this unhinged mayor of the city, Karen Bass, who cannot get anything done with any sort of serious professionalism that should be expected of a mayor. I mean, she's got the power. So what the hell is kneecapping her? Imagine that even now, she doesn't care. Even now that all these protests are going on, she still doesn't care. And we know that. Before you guys say, oh, don't be so hard on her, Serge. Maybe she doesn't have a shred of a clue. Well, then tell us. Tell us how all of these false detentions are being ordered and you don't have a shred of a clue. How is your pulse in the city? So what are you doing? Collecting plaques somewhere else? Showing up at another sidewalk to clap for another star that we really need to give another Hollywood person because they really have done a lot for society and we wouldn't be nowhere without them, Karen Bass? Because we do know that you love to show up to all those little PR stunted stuff where you get a lot of applauses and a lot of time to get on a mic and blah, 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 and quack, quack, quack. Because right now you're just a duck who doesn't give a literal, you know exactly what.
the power to cure mankind. Sarah told him if he didn't seek the help of a psychologist, she would leave him. Not one to take orders, this enraged Hubbard, and one day when Sarah wasn't around, he
Not one to take orders, you guys. That's giving exactly how all of these Scientology parents and executives act. You don't tell us what to do. We tell you what to do. You are our slave. You become submissive to us. We will never listen to whatever in the hell you have to say, whether you're right or wrong, it doesn't matter. It's gonna, influence our PR, and that's all we care about.
kidnapped their daughter and fled to Cuba. But Hubbard didn't know how to parent.
I mean, right there, you guys, like, he took a child to another country, Cuba of all places. I mean, imagine that this happened today. I mean, I'm sure it's happening. But just imagine that with a straight face, this could be happening today. Imagine that America pitched that this is a literal American-bred God that started a religion, and he also is a kidnapper of a baby that he had to return because the idiot was so disgusting that he couldn't even take care of his own child. As if Quentin Hubbard didn't off himself too. So his track record of being a parent could not be great. So then no wonder our parents turned out so disgusting for themselves. No wonder they have no plausible deniability. No wonder they have blood all over their hands that they're pretending isn't there. No wonder they're grabbing that blood and going, oh no, look, you guys, I'm the victim. Look all the blood here in my face. I'm doing like a blood facial. My child's blood is just my facial, and then all of a sudden the media will come and be like, oh, what happened to you? Oh, David beat you? Oh, it must have been so bad for you. How else did David beat you? Tell us about the whole. We really want to know about the whole. Everything's about the whole. for the media. They just literally love the whole. Any story that you want to pitch about the whole, they will grab and they will literally eat it up ad nauseum.
Parent. So he put her in the care of two women who were cruel to the child. Then he called Sarah and told her he had killed their daughter and it was her fault.
Again, Mike Rinder, was this not anywhere near your awareness level when you were pitching this to the IRS as a wonderful, amazing religion? Because again, in what world is a YouTuber stating these facts that I'm sure she's not just pulling out of your, you know what? I mean, Scientology with all that, litigation behavior that they do have for themselves all over the public record, that everybody's so scared to ever cover anything because they're going to come after you and chop your head. Well, where was that information about this disgusting man making claims to his wife that he had literally offed her? I mean, imagine, again, you guys, this is a full-blown convicted felon. And he didn't even get convicted or indicted for this. Imagine that. Shows you the amount of white privilege that this man has shown. It shows you the amount of white privilege that David Miscavige, Mike Rinder, and Marty Rathbun and Debbie Cook have combined. This is what it's giving. White privilege. Granola looks, and all of a sudden, you cannot be bad because you're white. You look granola. You look respectable. You look like you really know what in the hell you're talking about. And yes, they're very, very good at convincing people and sound really intellectual, even though they're all high school dropouts, just like me, right? I'm just some high school dropout, but you know what? I'm making the points based on these receipts. So if y'all want to pitch something right quick to counter it, let's go. Let's really actually have this conversation on the facts and on the merits and not on delusions of grandeur that your little daddy figure, L. Ron Hubbard, sold you all on.
Then he'd call back another day and say that their daughter was still alive. Then another day he'd say she was dead. This went on, tearing Sarah apart. Fortunately, their daughter was alive. And
I mean, again, that's a receipt of L. Ron Hubbard, the baby that he stole, the wife that he had. She was so much younger. She was gullible. She was naive. She literally fell under his thumb, I'm sure. And imagine the terror of having been her living with that disgusting psychopath. But, I'm telling you again, you guys, she got lured into, oh, he's so famous. Oh, he's a big influencer. Oh, let me really become his wife because I'm going to get a lot out of this. And you know what? It backfired AF.
And eventually, Hubbard came back to the States with her and gave Sarah custody in their divorce. Then he wiped out all their joint bank accounts and
Wiped out all their joint bank accounts, this disgusting pig. Mike Rinder, did you know this? Yes or no? And how did you spin this? Did all of our parents get told that the disgusting convicted felon, runaway, unhinged person that really figured out how to really write therapy? I mean, again, you guys, that's what it's giving. It's giving all these false pitches to literally make people get out of their MF mind. The ingredients of the poison, of the so-called Kool-Aid, what, everybody goes, oh, drinking the Kool-Aid. Well, this is toxic AF Kool-Aid. The people that drink this end up thinking that kids are adults. The people that drink this end up thinking that, their homies in the hotel have their back when they're self-admitting to felonies. So let's just really put that on the record so that no one can play dumb and look at L. Ron Hubbard again with his stupid ass hat about how he's a failed military, pushed out of the military literally with a disgusting record, but he was just so pressed to put his little cap back on and, grab naive, gullible minors that would do his bidding. And all of a sudden, everyone is having a jolly old time in the ship, being told how important they are. They're the only ones that can save the planet. And they couldn't be more homo novus, and they couldn't be more superior than the literal Nazis. Imagine.
left them with nothing. Financially, things took a turn for Hubbard.
And there, more evidence of this disgusting man loving kids as if he wasn't a child eater, as if he didn't have all his proteges turn on their own kids, because that's what in the hell is called, you guys. We wouldn't wish this on any parent in the world. L. Ron Hubbard turned the parents on their kids. And the parents were pressed to, here, L. Ron Hubbard, here's my sacrifice, take my child. He's really going to go help you clear the entire world. Here you go. Go show him an e-meter. Go show him how you really research a lot from putting those cans in a tomato. I mean, please.
In early 1951, when his once diehard believers began to poke holes in the teachings of Dianetics, and scientists questioned his teachings, claiming they weren't evidence-based and had no basis in psychology like Hubbard claimed. It also
They had basis in sadism, and that's what in the hell the whatever person that grabbed those books that purported to be so intellectual and, oh yeah, let me just give you my opinion, this doesn't have any evidence base. Well, shut the F up already. This was based in sadism, in normalizing sadism at an industrial size scale done to kids. This is industrially figuring out a way to bondage kids so that the sadist paid disciples, proteges of L. Ron Hubbard, could go, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's grab another kid. Let's shove him in there. Let's put him on the machine. Let's have them be doing this work. Let's have him be a messenger. Let's have him be all of these disgusting things. And this stupid picture of him with the stupid pen, you guys, I mean, all of our parents had this disgusting picture of this man in our houses. So from the very beginning, oh my God, look at this pen. Look at this man really figuring out the thing for us. We don't have to think for ourselves. Well, y'all should have been wanting to think for your damn selves. Would have been very good to code that route instead of the, you know, I really want to be approved by all the degenerates that frequent this club.
also came to light that Hubbard stole hundreds of thousands of dollars from the foundation responsible for managing the self-improvement programs and offering audits. This
I mean, nothing goes together like stealing hundreds of thousands of dollars and self-improvement. Right, you guys? Because going back to our little word of the day, out-pointy AF. In what world are you selling self-improvement and improving your bank accounts by draining and scamming people? Because that's what we need to understand today. And here's another receipt, another paper receipt of this man's unhingement.
left the foundation in financial ruin, and in 1952, it went bankrupt. In the ensuing legal battle, Hubbard also lost the rights to the
Unlock more confident you. And shout out to, you know, look at this, you guys. Look at this. Is this not the Christie Hotel? Oh, how nothing has changed in literally 1954. We're in the year 2024, and look. Unlock more confident you. Read Dianetics. Buy your copy today. So this is getting called the F out. We're at that center where we see this damn 501c is alive, thriving, and being state enabled by the governor of California, being protected by the LAPD ad nauseum, answering every last fake call that gets made to their department with -0 receipts. And y'all already know all the stuff that's very shady showing up on the treatment and the full-blown false arrest caught on tape from millions of places, as if we all didn't have the live, as if y'all didn't watch it as it was happening. So yeah, shout out to going all the way back to where it all begins again, by this time actually being outed, you know, started by William Gaud, that Streets LA, who did smell the rat. And then other kids got inspired by that courage and smelling the rat, and they started becoming little Inspector Gadgets of their own. But, you know, they're being told they cannot be Inspector Gadgets. They're being told that they're being Inspector Gadgets and having, you know, fake BOMBs with them and GUNs, as if that's our MO. That's their MO. These people only project. That's their only method to do anything. You want to destroy us. You want to... Who do you think has arms and guns by the buttload? Not us. They do. They have them by the buttload, you guys. They could defend themselves without any LAPD showing up if they needed to. So again, they couldn't be projecting what in the hell they are. I mean, imagine that we have to put ourselves in harm's way, hoping that the LAPD will really, rein them back in if they ever got some crazy ass idea to use their little GUNs for themselves. Imagine that that's what we're up against. Imagine that we're now having to search ourselves every time we land at one of these locations so the LAPD doesn't get any dumb ideas to think they can come anywhere near us. So yeah, shout out to this building where it all began and where it is literally all ending as we speak right now.
Original Dianetics book. The broke author turned self-help guru was now at a crossroads and all bets were off. Hubbard knew it was now or never to do what he had known all along would bring him great wealth. He founded a religion. But this was no spiritual awakening. This was business. Hubbard mailed a letter about his new idea to one of his close followers, writing, "We don't want a clinic. We want one in operation, but not in name. Perhaps we could call it a spiritual guidance center. Think up its name, will you? And we could put in nice desks and our boys in neat blue with diplomas on the walls."
There's a pitch, you guys. There's the pitch from this convicted, indicted, unhinged maniac. I mean, what else is there to say? I mean, he says it all himself. All it's going to take is to put nice desks and our boys. Our boys. I mean, that's a very specific word, guys. You don't really call a bunch of grown-ass adults our boys, do you? Or do you all just go around calling all grown-up boys? Very a la L. Ron Hubbard, everyone's an adult here. And, he full knowing knew. Boys are not grown-ass adults. And L. Ron Hubbard, who did purport to have a great command of the English language, nonstop. I'm L. Ron Hubbard. I really know how to use the language. Well, why in the hell is it saying that they're going to be putting boys in neat blue, whatever, and diplomas on the wall? Because that's all it is. It's a hotel that hands out diplomas to go get your freak on with including but not limited to a child. So make it make sense, LAPD. Here's your pitch. Here's the pitch of the American bread god that the whole entire leadership of your stupid, ridiculous, whatever in the hell you are department is really going with. So let really the record show what the LAPD leadership is defending, so they don't go with, oh my God, we really defending the First Amendment, you guys. We really have to protect everyone's rights. Here's the pitch. Here's the receipt, LAPD. So don't play dumb. Do not play dumb anymore. It's not going to be in y'all's best interest. So literally self-preserve. Self-preserves y'all's wrecked reputation. Because if you don't think it can go lower, oh, trust me, it can go a lot lower. It could really end up in a place where you may not even be able to ever recover. Not anyone that's doing the bidding and the corrupt activities behind the scenes. We know this doesn't apply to every LAPD last officer, you guys. We know that, but there is people that it does apply to, and they know who they are. So if it doesn't apply to you, LAPD officers, then this is news to you. But there's plenty of other people in y'all's departments that are perfectly capable of understanding what in the hell we're talking about, because they're directing all the stuff. They're in on the aiding and abetting. And that's a little word that y'all should really clear for yourselves. So you're not implicated in conspiracies as you pretend to really uphold the law.
And 1, knock psychotherapy into history. And 2, make enough money to shine up my operating scope. And 3, keep the HAS solvent.
So there you go, you guys. Knock psychotherapy into history. Psychotherapy that are mandated reporters. So as much as everybody goes, oh, he really just had it out because they didn't want to say that he was at this or whatever. They're all mandated reporters. They studied people like himself. They studied predators. They study behaviors. They study patterns. Doctors are capable as mandated reporters to smell the rats when people are getting abused. They're supposed to, at least. They're supposed to know. They're supposed to check. So are teachers, so are all kinds of other people. And here you go from L. Ron Hubbard's own stupid, disgusting criminal mind. Make enough money to shine up my operating scope, to shine up. Disgusting. Please, America, tell us how this is your version of an American bread God. Because if you see Jesus Christ right about now, then America, you're all smoking crack and a half. Like you'll literally Kool-Aid turned into crack, adding fentanyl and whatever else disgusting thing you are. So you can all just be going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, really going with the pitch. We really do support American First Amendment rights. Get your freak on with a child, enslave them, lock up their passport, and the LAPD will be right there as soon as you call them with false allegations, delusional accusations, and zero receipts. What's on the record, America? So really think about what in the hell you're doing, LAPD. Really, really start thinking about what in the hell y'all are doing at the LAPD. Since y'all are the ones that are coming the most to really do disgusting things to us. It's all on the record. So if you don't know what in the hell I'm talking about, just check it for yourselves, because there's plenty of people, 263 people here that already are looped in on what in the hell you did. Just at minimum, those.
It is a problem of practical business. I await your reaction on the religion angle. In my opinion, we couldn't get worse public opinion than we have had or have less customers with what we've got to sell.
Oh, how this pitch didn't age well, you guys. Literally, in my opinion, we couldn't get worse public opinion than what we've had. Oh, L. Ron Hubbard, you could not be any more wrong about that. Today, you are being called out for the clown and the disgusting degenerate you are. Because your disgusting rhetoric turned all our parents into unhinged, entitled degenerates just like you. So since you cannot now gaslight us and pitch us and darbo us and project on us that we're the ones with the problem, seeing through your BS, exhibit number, whatever in the hell this is, you guys, about another fake pitch from L. Ron Hubbard. Another fake pitch that would be great for Mike Rinder to get on the record and really type a statement about this specific one. In my opinion, we couldn't get worse public opinion than what we've had, or have less customers with what we got to sell. I mean, as if L. Ron Hubbard, is this not literally saying that he knows he's a complete and utter fraud, Mike Rinder? I mean, you that really purport to be very intellectual and very know-it-all. In my opinion, we couldn't get worse public opinion than we've had, or have less customers with what we got to sell. Imagine they were selling disgusting, unhinged, horrific, hardcore role-play scenes that were all, sanitized to really look like, oh yeah, we really want to help you. Come here and pay $5,000 back in the day. Because if you pay $5,000, then it's not abuse and it's not disgusting what you're getting. Wrong.
End quote. Scientology has no messiah, no deity, no godlike beings. The reality is much more.
I mean, again, you guys, has no messiah, deity. Come on. Come the F on. Do you see how it's just all a fake pitch? And then these people that really want to make money on it, then just regurgitate the fake pitch, what they've been told to say. Because we really are sitting here wondering, does it have a messiah? Because you know what? If it did have a messiah, then it really just would make such a big difference what went on in those hotels. Right, guys? Right? I mean, if we're really going with that, then I'm sure right now, Jelane's going to start writing her next book. I'm Jelaine Maxwell, the messiah that America refused to recognize. Very unjust because, if L. Ron Hubbard was a messiah, I'm Jelaine Maxwell and I'm a messiah too. So get me out of jail because you know what? I don't like it here. I'm very pressed that I'm the only one in jail and everyone else that did this is literally living it up. Bill Gates, all manner of influential people that were in that orbit, just like we have for the Scientology people. All manner of very influential actors, actresses, all those people that are there.
More simple. A broke science fiction writer needed cash. and he had access to thousands of people willing to listen to what he had to say. In 1954, Hubbard established the first branch of the Church of Scientology.
So there's incorporation papers, you guys. Again, this is called receipts. This is how it was being pitched.
In Los Angeles, California, and attained an unaccredited doctorate. He began to refer to himself as Dr. Hubbard.
Oh, disgusting.
Hubbard positioned the church as a science-based religion founded largely on his Dianetics teachings.
Okay, again, that is a fake regurgitated pitch. You don't get to say that I'm going to position my church as a science-based whatever. Science is not theology. Theology is not technology. Religion isn't science. I mean, is this breaking news? Am I just completely off of this here, you guys? Because honestly, those 4 words are not interchangeable, but everybody just regurgitates them because they've been told to say that. Because the IRS did tell them they were a 501c. And now everybody goes with, no, but they are religion. And, everybody else had deities and whatever. And here we can't really find them. But, this is kind of technological and scientific. But we already said that it was all because he was trying to make money. But, but it could also be that they're scientific. I mean, it's like, get your story straight or just don't yap.
With the practice of Scientology being about self-discovery and self-improvement. Unlike most religions, Scientologists aren't expected to worship a higher being, but instead participate in practices that will enlighten and release them from their inner flaws. In Scientology,
Again, another BS pitch, you guys. Just another one. I mean, it's just on and on and on with the BS pitches. It's like, yeah, got to really fix your flaws by what? By laundering felonies? Because we have that on the record. Danny Masterson was allowed to do that. So how were the flaws fixed on self-admitted felonies? Anybody? Anybody home? Literally anybody?
members gain spiritual enlightenment by progressing through a series of tiers on what's known as
Enlightening. I mean, again, you guys, maybe these people do love getting humiliated, squashed, dominated, literally shat on, and they're loving it there and they're being very empowered. But then they brought their kids to the hotels and then they treated their kids as adults. And then they told their kids to go do this and really help themselves. Parents paid for us to receive this. They put their money where their literal mouth was. And they're nowhere on the public record repudiating what in the hell they did. All they can do is, I was a victim. I was nothing but a simple, poor little me victim. And meanwhile, had any of that abuse really taken part, had the parents not endorsed it, had the parents not consented? Yes or no? I mean, in what world can you as a mother really say that someone can come into your house, grab your child, go take him to a hotel, you have no shred of a clue what's going on, have everything video recorded, have everything like that, tell your child that you can't speak about what we do here in these sessions because this is between you and us and the case supervisor. If you tell your parents that you don't like it, they're going to write a report. Oh, my child came out and he said he hated it. Can you really find out what in the hell is going on with them? Why don't they like it? Why don't they like when they get locked up? Why don't they like it when they get strapped to that machine? Why don't they like it as much as I like it? Okay, y'all don't like this flavor of what in the hell they do? Well, that's on you. These people do love it. And they're all over the record endorsing it, writing success stories as full-grown adults. This couldn't have been more amazing. This couldn't have been more great. There's even stupid success stories. All y'all can Google it for yourselves. Like, there's plenty of material where they say they love it. So, spiritual, my ass.
the bridge to total freedom. When a member graduates from one step to the next, they will be rewarded with a supernatural ability which had been dormant inside of them. But what really sets Scientology apart from other religious structures is the amount of money and time required to move up these steps.
BS. Another BS pitch. Because again, you guys, the corporate media and this YouTuber hasn't really figured out that, Mormons can also pay all manner of donations. Oh, here's $500,000 for the church. Oh, here's $5 million for the church. What do these idiots have? Courses? Just because you think they pay for a course, then all of a sudden they're really getting charged a lot, you guys. Poor them. Come to the rescue of idiots, of ducks that are pressed to go get their tax write-offs from the IRS, pressed to give these people their money. Plenty of those examples. Sure, do they grab a few that are like, fall for the scam and the scheme? Sure, it's a bad day to be an adult in America, because yes, scams can happen every corner of any city in America and worldwide for that matter. Thanks to these people, we have that case study for all of y'all to be like, oh, look, if there's a pyramid scheme, scam, sham floating around the whole world, then even adults could fall victims to it. Well, sure, but we don't have to come to their rescue. They can rescue themselves. They can start swimming to the shore. It's called grab some accountability so you can start floating instead of sinking to the bottom of the ocean with all of your disgusting, convenient senilism. Because that's what's getting called out on all of them, you guys. Nothing we say here is news to them. Let's just start with that fact right there. It might be news to y'all because y'all weren't in the hotels. Y'all didn't donate your own kids. But all Scientology parents know full well what in the hell we're referring to. And again, this idea that such victims because they really did pay a lot to get to where they got to, it all came with the perks of the contracts and the statuses that did mean a lot to these people. So in what world are they being defended for having done everything full knowing and having just decided to be part of this culture because they were getting their rocks off? Not their kids. They did. And if today they want to claim that they didn't get those rocks off, well, you know what? They can start actually taking accountability for making bad adult decisions. Who is exempted as an adult from violating the law, from acting reckless, from horrifically abusing their children, and then all of a sudden, everybody come and cradle and canoodle the little babies that had no idea. They're not kids. Adults are adults in adult bodies. And that's what our parents were. Adults in adult bodies. A ton of fake pitches here. Well, you know what? They can take their complaints to Marty Rathbun, Mike Rinder, and David Miscavige. And then those three amigos can take their complaints to all their stupid lawyers that literally were pay us money. And as long as we sit here next to y'all in court, no one's going to touch you. Well, you know what? F that. Literally F that. Y'all are just corrupt, disgusting, child-abusing suckers. You're sucking the blood of children and making a ton of money with it. Well, you know what? Your little party is coming to an end, and we don't give a shred of an F if you like it or not. It's going to be stopped, and y'all are going to get told no. And we have plenty of people in this community that are waking up to that fact and are also saying no because they're saying, oh, sure, that makes sense. If kids are being put into these disgusting audits, then and their parents are saying yes to all of it, then you know what? I do have the right to advocate on behalf of your kid, even if it's not my kid. You know, you don't have theology on your side, Scientology parents. You don't have the plausible deniability. You can't claim you didn't audit your kids. You can't claim you didn't send them to ethics. You can't claim that you weren't grooming them through courses. Something that all other religions can claim for themselves. Oh, yeah, but we weren't that orthodox. Oh, yeah, but we read that book, but we didn't interpret it like that. We kind of like water it down over here so we would have the plausible deniability. So our kids wouldn't come, wake up to the facts, and then as adults go, what in the literal hell? So at least some religions have that for themselves. Not all of them. Plenty of them that are corrupt AF as well. But, you know, welcome to planet Earth. Plenty of corrupt people in every corner of a street. But the law doesn't care about that. The law cares about what in the literal hell happens to kids that have not a shred of advocate in this United States of America, as we've all been made slaves, modern day slaves, child slaves for these people, for them to get their freak on at our expense, at the expense of our entire formative years, at the expense of every last shred of child that is in there right now, being told that they couldn't be more consenting to everything that is happening to them right now.
According to ex-Scientologist Leah Remini, a Scientologist will spend a minimum of 2.5 hours every single day studying, being audited, or doing work for Scientology. And every parishioner will spend close to $250,000 in their lifetime as they move up the bridge.
And that's what in the hell is called putting their money where their mouth is, you guys. Because again, it's like they get pitched as the victims. You spend $250,000 on it. You had the cash. You had the disposable income to go, okay, so the IRS and my money manager did tell me that if I move this $250,000 into this hotel, then all of a sudden, you know, I won't have to pay it in taxes. So win-win. Win-win. I'm getting statuses. I'm advancing through my bridge. I'm getting serviced by minors, including but not limited to. And then all of a sudden, America's going to come to my rescue and we're all going to stand here hand in hand. I mean, William made the best answer to that stupid thing that Chris Shelton was talking about. You guys, he's not there to save the people that are stuck in there, paying to be complicit, paying to be part of a criminal racketeering child trafficking scheme. It's called RICO. It's called literally what in the literal hell the laws talk about when they really want to cite that this is how racketeering works, right, guys? Because literally, you know, this is something that we've been doing a little bit of research about and just literally pattern. This is RICO, right? So the Racketeering Influence and Corrupt Act, this is on the community tab. We're just going to read through it quickly. It could possibly remotely apply if a hotel engages in systemic scheme of illegal activities such as locking up passports of minors and incentivizing parents to involve them in inappropriate hardcore role plays, no boundaries allowed. Is that also a tax write-off and donation to a 501c or nah? Would there ever be in any way, shape, or form a subject to RICO charges given that thousands of kids have not only been fully exposed, but are also now 100% implicated themselves? For example, how about one, pattern of criminal activity? If the hotel happened to have systemically locked up passports of minors, if the hotel had incentives and offered parents involving minors in highly despicable, inappropriate AF role plays, does that count or nah? Two, enterprise is if the hotel and any associated individuals involved with the criminal activities formed an enterprise or sham 501c or sham corporate pyramid scheme from hell. Does that count then or also nah? Racketeering activity, locking up passports of minors, could that be considered extortion or illegal restraint or nah? Incentivizing parents to engage minors in inappropriate activities might involve charges related to child endangerment or exploitation, or is that also a total nah? They're volunteers. They can take it. They want it. They like it. They're consenting. Volunteers is consenting. In what world was 18 and under volunteers? And we've even increased the limit to 21, you guys, because I'm sorry, if you cannot go into a literal bar by yourself, if the government really wants to act press to really come to the rescue of people, because 21 and under, you really don't know yet if you can really drink like that. But, you know, go help yourself at an L. Ron Hubbard hotel is what America is saying. Then the limit doesn't apply. You are a child, but also can sign consenting binding contracts, can get debt bondage, can have your passport locked away from you. Blah, blah, blah. Number four, continuity. If the activities form a pattern that demonstrates continuity occurring over an extended period, literally for the past 74 years, is that count as continuity or nah? Are we waiting for 100 years for the anniversary to really ring the bell and to really go, oh, maybe it could count now that we have 100 years. Now we have like literally how many more minors implicated in this? Because America doesn't give an F to end child trafficking or slavery. They're literally state sanctioning it. 5, conspiracy. If Scientology executives and parents within the sham 501c enterprise have conspired to commit these criminal acts, could any of them be charged with conspiracy under RICO? Or is that also a nah? If these elements were recorded, transcribed, dates, shared between all executives and all Scientology parents, if they kept receipts on themselves, does it also not count? If RICO charges were proven and could be brought against Scientology hotel and commercial buildings, the 501c, because all of the grown-ass individuals, aka DEUX, adults who don't give an F, find themselves involved and implicated, could any of that lead to any significant legal consequence? Can anyone's please advise? And this was in response to, this very smart comment left by COB Bilf. There was a time where the mafia in New York was so powerful that literally you could not begin any construction project worth over $1 million without dealing with their front groups. Yet they were brought down by the feds. Apparently the feds thinks Robert and Monique are more frightening gangsters than the literal mafia who actually straight up people on the regular. This does not make a shred of sense. Time to bring down the corrupt racketeering, corrupt organization of Scientology. CC Garland, CC DOJ, CC LAPD, CC Riverside PD, CC Clearwater Police Department, CC FDLE. Go consult with y'all's legal people because we have questions and they're not getting answered. And yes, if you think our questions are very stupid, that's fine. We don't care. We don't give a shred of an F. We have no education. So whatever MF questions we can write on a piece of paper for ourselves now need to be answered. If they're very stupid, I'm sure it's going to be a very easy response to say, nope, everything is amazing because L. Ron Hubbard is an American-bred God and the Constitution really protects American-bred gods that can prop up hotels where child trafficking is just, we can't really go in there because God forbid church and state collide. And then all of a sudden we're what? Doing your job? Nobody wants the scourge of child trafficking. Get that through your thick skulls. All prosecutors of America, get it through y'all's thick MF skulls already. Ruby Frankie was one little house, one little group, one little unhinged, disgusting, degenerate, deranged Jody, whatever in the hell, therapist, so-called therapist. She had a fucking certificate at least. None of these people do have certificates, you guys. None of these people do. And imagine they've never been called out for nothing. They've been told all the child abuse they've done is, well, you know what? Very religious. Children are having religious experiences. Let's not interrupt. Let's just, interrupt anyone who dares say, no, what in the hell is going on? Let's interrupt them. Let's make them feel like they're the ones with the problem. Well, you know what, LAPD leadership? Y'all are the one with the problem. And so are you, Karen Bass. And so are you, LAPD. And so are every last shred of person that is getting paid by taxpayers to uphold the Constitution and the law and doesn't give a shred of an F as of this latest 2024 public record, what we can literally Google for ourselves.
However you have to get the money, you do it. Whether you have to take out a second mortgage, pull money out of your retirement accounts, or get a second or third job, you make it happen. The cost to move up the bridge has been one of the biggest criticisms of Scientology. But despite the critics,
again, one of the stupidest criticisms, you guys. Rich people donate to 501cs all the time. There's all manner of laws that protect. And okay, sure, if you really want to give to charities, then just give us the money. Here's the Bill Clinton Foundation. Give us some money. 501c3. We're really going to help the world. We want to help the world through Scientology, the Bill Clinton Foundation, the Belinda Gates Foundation, and Bill whatever the hell, all of them. Oh yeah, we're really going to help the world. Put some money in here. So why are these people being treated like infantile idiots that cannot donate as much money as they want? What needs to be questioned is why in the hell are those services available for grown-ass adults? Not everyone acting suppressed. Oh, you poor thing. You gave them $2.5 million? Oh, you poor thing. Oh, it must be so hard to be you, to have like $200 $2.5 million, like just lying around so you could pay it to a hotel so that you would be told that you were so special, so that you would be given trophies and certificates, because that's all they gave them there. Trophies and certificates and their chance to get their freak on with a child inside of a hotel. By all means, anyone push back on that. By all means, really write something right now that it wasn't that. Because that's literally what we know. That's literally what we observed. That's literally what it was. So being delusional is not going to save you for, playing dumb. If you didn't get it before, you know what? We're doing your due diligence for you. We're doing y'all's research with whatever shred of possibility of resources that we can gather for ourselves.
Hubbard pressed ahead with his new religion, and Scientology began to attract followers. With those followers came money. At that point, Hubbard knew that in order to give Scientology credibility, he would need to give his new religion an origin story.
Guys, he had to give his new religion credibility because his credibility was shredded, because people didn't want to pay for this shit anymore, because everybody knew it was a fraud all along. But yet it's the scourge doesn't end. It doesn't ever end. Nothing is ever good enough to end this scam. Why? I mean, literally, why?
In a diss to aliens everywhere, the founding belief of Scientology is based on the existence of what Hubbard called an evil alien emperor named Xenu, who brought billions of aliens to Earth more than 70 million years ago.
And again, you guys, this is such BS. No child ever hears a shred of a thing about Xenu. So in what world do you gonna say the Mormons, just like the Mormons, because no kid ever knew that there was a God. No kid ever knew there was a so-called prophet. No one found out. Everybody's just doing courses and audits and ethics and books and paying money. We didn't find out anything about Xenu. I never read a shred of a thing about Xenu. So as much as everybody wants to be like, well, let's really distort this. Let's really flip a lot of flips here to really go, that's their belief. And it's just like the Virgin Mary. Because it's actually been used to literally prop up this BS as like, well, if we're saying that the Virgin Mary can be a Virgin Mary, then Xenu is just the same. Well, that would have been great if they were literally pitching that from the beginning. But given the fact that no one ends up hearing a shred of a thing unless they've gone through an OT eligibility, unless RTC, Robert E. Mangle's client, invites them. You have to be invited to do your OT levels. So not just anyone willy-nilly can go, I want to do my OT levels. I'm here to go free. Here, let me do them. Let me really find out. No. So the Xenu origin story, sure, it's part of the context of the stupid, ridiculous sham that this is. But to purport that really we were worshiping Xenu and worshiping aliens, and no one ever talked about that shit. We were told, oh, that's a science fiction. He was just doing that. L. Ron Hubbard. So then he really had the money to do the research to really come up with this technology that y'all are really going to get help with. So let's really put that into context. I'm sorry. I never heard a shred of a thing about Xenu.
Scientologists believe we are all one of these beings who forgot about our supernatural powers after becoming trapped inside human bodies.
I mean, that's sort of ish. We did get told that, oh yeah, your body, you're not a body. Your body's a trap. Your body is a disgusting thing. You are not an animal. Psychology tells you you're an animal, and they couldn't be more disgusting telling you that. And aren't we so special to tell you that you're an ageless spirit? That's what they would go with to the kids. Oh no, you're an ageless spirit. Psychiatry wants to tell you that you are an animal, and that's very disgusting of them. Your body is nothing. You are not this. And they just like that, they would have us like completely disassociated as kids. I mean, like, what in the literal hell's going on? Like, we always felt like the stupid ones, you guys. Like, I always felt like, oh my God, I mean, it's so stupid because I don't get it. This is so weird. And I was so embarrassed and mortified. And when everyone asked me, like, what do your parents do? Are you guys Catholic in Mexico? And I'll be like, yeah, Catholic. You think I was going to say that they're Scientologists? It was so embarrassing and disgusting.
Beneath the mind and soul is what Hubbard called a thetan. The thetan has lived through thousands of lifetimes and is waiting to be revealed. Only by undergoing auditing and various other treatments can they be released and our powers restored.
The Thetan uses its mind to control a system between itself and the physical universe, the mind and not the brain. The brain is part of the body and does not determine intelligence. Imagine that's a full-blown statement from a man who purports to be all about religion, that was also science, mental health, that also opposed psychiatry, that also was pressed to practice law without a license and medicine without a license, in a nutshell, you guys, because we're getting just like, let's just get to the point. In a nutshell, all it is let's practice law without a license inside of these hotels. Let's practice medicine without a license, because we will be know-it-alls if we complete a course from this stupid man that really did sell 2-week courses to be know-it-alls. I mean, you're class 4? Oh, then you know everything. Let me come to you with a sexual problem and you'll audit it out of me, right?
Hubbard wrote that we've all lived past lives. He conveniently claimed in his past lives that he was a Venetian and Italian prince. However, because Hubbard didn't yet have the story fully written, he decided to withhold a bulk of the information from
Oh.
Scientologists until they advanced up.
Hubbard, the Venetian prince, all of these degenerates that would always tell me, I'm Cleopatra. I really do see myself. I really do see myself building some pyramid. I mean, I don't even know, you guys. It's like making me laugh because it's just. And then I just remember, it's like, what in the literal hell? How's everyone Cleopatra? How's everyone Marilyn Monroe? How's everyone a prince? How's everyone, having all of these delusions? But that's what it was. Delude yourself to a child that has to really sit there and take it.
The bridge to total freedom. But before one begins their journey on the bridge,
Oh, look at that, you guys. This is literally inside of that Florida hotel building that they built across, that they are very pressed to no one ever see. So thank you, Scientology, for showing everyone your marble stairway with your disgusting, plastic clear glass stairs, and your stupid art there that, everyone's going, oh my God, this is so special, you guys. We have a great building here that we did build for ourselves. On the backs of children labor, on the backs of trafficked minors, on the back of perverts that can pay whatever the hell money they want to get a tax write-off from the IRS and really get their freak on. So congratulations, Clearwater, Florida. Congratulations, because if you think that this little polished image, it's not giving disgusting abuse being literally hidden for everyone to see. I mean, you guys check it out for yourself. How many of you have taken a tour? Right? And as long as you paint it like this, then no trafficking happens here because there's no roaches. The roaches are where we were living, you guys. The roaches were where the children were being literally put to sleep, because the public are always being given the best of the best, literally since time immemorial for Scientology. The public are cradled and canoodled babies.
Goal is to become, in what Hubbard calls, a state of clear.
God,
Scientologists
look
are
at that.
given
Okay, here's. I'm so glad that I have this, you guys, because this is what in the hell I was talking about the other day about the t-shirts and the shirts and all this bullshit, disgusting uniforms we had. This was my uniform. This was my uniform before Lisa McPherson. After Lisa McPherson, you guys, and we see it back to now. Everyone gets told, wear civies, wear civilian clothes so you really blend in, and so that, the protesters see you and they cannot go, aha, you're in the Sea Org, right? Did you see how all the people at the testing center started wearing less of that disgusting uniform? More and more, they were being told, oh, just come in civies and go to MacArthur Park and sell your stuff in civies. Little did they know that everyone knows them now. They're internet famous. They cannot set up anywhere because they will be called out for the disgusting, sick people that they are. As much as they go, oh, we're so great. So, but this is the state of clear certificate. This is what I asked the other day when that Celebrity Center man came to us and he's like, oh, they told me I was clear. I'm like, did you have a certificate? No. So then you're not clear. Oh, no, but they did tell me that I was that. Shut the F up. You're literally just trying to get some clout or something, because He was not a state of clear. He didn't get the certificate. He had no idea what in the hell I was talking about when I started asking him questions, you guys. So don't come to us that do know how this culture work and expect that you're going to be given a pass if you really want to come for clout and really tell us about how you had a great time in Scientology. Literally. I mean, it was giving us a plant. Who knows? Who knows?
The status of clear when a person is deemed to be free of the influence of engrams, supposed unwanted emotions or painful traumas which Scientology claims are not readily available to the conscious mind.
So, I mean, again, you guys, clear, the state of clear, like I was clear at supposedly, I think I was 15 when I attested the state of clear. No, 14. October 8th, the same day of the IAS disgusting event where the so-called war was over, I was being handed that little certificate. Oh, sir, you're clear. You're 13 years old or 14 years old. Yay. Everyone clap. Everyone clap. He's class 4. He's clear. He's 14. I had done all my grades. I had done my Joburg, the one that Monique Yingling lied about and said, oh, no, we don't do it on kids. They did it on all kids. They didn't give a shred of an F. Monique that just gets told, oh, we don't do that, Monique. And then she just puts her law license on the line and says, okay, then I'm just going to go make false statements for myself, as if your credibility couldn't be more wrecked, Monique, because you, like all the other lawyers, don't even know who in the hell your client is. But don't you worry about it. We do. We've done our due diligence. Y'all have not, but we have.
Scientology states that human beings accumulate a reactive mind with anxieties and psychosomatic illnesses due to receiving engrams throughout their current or past lives, and that by applying Dianetics, every single person can obtain the status of clear. The next level of spiritual
The status. It was all about a status, you guys. It was all about, okay, now you have that status. You're better, much better than everyone else. You really are superior. You really are much better. You really are amazing. Like, come on, you guys. Like, this is just pathetic. Statuses is all these people were after. They pay a lot of money to gain a lot of statuses, to gain a lot of privileges, to gain a lot of access to minors that are all being used as staff members inside of those hotels and commercial buildings. That is all we give an F about. Miss us with anything else. Literally, we just don't have time, bandwidth, or give a shred of an F. We don't deserve that. We don't deserve to have to save all adults for making bad choices for themselves. There's plenty of adults making bad choices for themselves out there. Plenty of them. And hopefully they learn their lesson. Hopefully they learn to swim. Hopefully they get to an AA program. Hopefully they, go to an actual licensed therapist and not just some crazy quackery here with a quack, quack, quack. We're ducks. We really don't give an F. Let's make some more money this week because that's all they ever cared about. Let's make money. Let's make quotas. Let's really tell the world that we're expanding, because the more we torture kids, the more we're expanding and the more legit we are.
development is that of an operating thetan, aka OT. Once a person becomes OT, they can then begin ascending the bridge to total freedom. As each Scientologist
With dirty sneakers. I mean, it's like,
ascends the bridge and spends more money, they're given bits of information deemed highly confidential. So secretive, in fact, that one former member stated in the Going Clear documentary, by the time he got to the bridge's third level called OT3, he was told he had to carry all its secret material in a locked briefcase, because if the info got out, it could cause harm to people not adequately prepared to read it. But it's not just about being given more information. Scientologists are told as they ascend the bridge, they'll gain special powers. In the beginning bridge levels, one can expect to eradicate sickness from their body and develop supernatural powers.
you guys, again, it's like they were falsely pitched that my grandmother died of stage 4 breast cancer. So in what world was she capable of eradicating what illness? How many Scientologists have died of cancer? There's a whole thread of that already on the public record of people that are just drop dead, just, all of a sudden get cancer. And these people don't cure or treat nothing. They just couldn't be more pathetic. They couldn't be more disgusting, selling false promises to people and telling them, oh yeah, you really should be part of this.
But that's just the beginning. Hubbard wrote that only members at the highest thetan levels were clear enough to be trusted with the most important information, meaning as they become
Okay. And that's very important to say because, okay, as you see all of these people, the ones at the very top, okay, and the ones that are more trusted is BS, that the ones that really go up the bridge are the most trusted. The most trusted are the people in the immediate vicinity of who? David Miscavige. Those are the most trusted. Those are the ones that have the access to the most. Those are the ones that are told, you couldn't be more senior, more important. Everyone has to call you sir. Everyone has to, treat them as slaves. Who cares? You're their slave master. Call them your juniors. You're a junior. You're a junior. You're a junior. I'm your senior. I'm Mr. Leducer. I'm Mr. Trent. I'm Sue Pichet Gentry, but I want to be called Mr. And I want to be called Sir. So again, for all those people that really feel bad, the people that climbed up to the top of that chain were there because they were trusted. Were there because they were hand-selected, hand-picked. Oh, look, you have what it takes. Come here. Let's place you at the very top of here. You're very trusted. You can find out about all the felonies. You can find out about all the disgusting things that we do behind the scenes because aren't you so special and trusted?
more entrenched in the religion, members will gladly part with their money to become more enlightened and seen as more advanced than others.
Gladly part with their tax write-off to go get a certificate for themselves and go get applauses and go get roses at the end of every Friday, you guys. That's what these people do. And I know it's almost impossible to fathom that it could be that stupid. It's almost impossible to fathom that literally just to go on stage and go, oh, you guys, look at my certificate. Aren't I so great? Who gave you that certificate? Oh, a 15-year-old from Mexico gave me that certificate, but I just love it. I'm having so many wins in this hotel for myself. Let me just share it with y'all. Part of becoming an auditor from L. Ron Hubbard is that now I understand that the mind and the spirit are actually one. And when I started to understand that, thanks to RTC that has kept the technology very, very straight and on the exact narrow that we all need, we should all be thanking them. It's that these courses are really so hard, but you know what? You really do see that what the technology really does. Quack, 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 nonstop. As long as they get a little audience there for themselves and everybody goes, oh, hip hooray, then it was worth it. It was worth it for them to spend 10 grand on getting trained by including, but not limited to, minors such as myself and plenty others that Debbie Cook had specifically positioned in the place that she wanted to have good PR and, good looking people talking and doing the dirty, disgusting bidding of her hotel for profit.
Other Scientologists. But on their way up the bridge, one of the biggest mistakes a member could make is to share the information they've learned with others. This includes a lower
BS, you guys. It's not one of the biggest mistakes. It's called treason. It's called out security. It's called you're in lower conditions. It's called you're an enemy of the state. It's called you're going to owe us a ton of amends if you ever just even forget. I mean, imagine these people with a stupid briefcase. If they just as much as let's say they were alone in their room, in their house. Okay, you guys. And then all of a sudden they're like, oh, you know what? Let me go make myself a coffee. And they just stepped out of the room with the open door and they went and, where's my materials? Oh my God, I have to report myself. Oh my God, I just committed treason. Oh my God, I just committed out security. Oh my God, I'm now going to have to go make amends. I'm going to have to tell everyone what a disgusting, depraved person I am for having left the door open to go make myself a coffee. But the more they role play the stupid thing they get told, the more they pretend that they're very, very ethical and very, very accountable and very, very we really know what in the hell we're doing here. And it's all just called false delusions of grandeur being sold in exchange for tax write-offs. Thanks to America, thanks to the IRS, who's really pressed to enable all of this disgusting dysfunction to be called whatever in the hell the IRS agreed this was called.
ranked Scientologist or even their Scientologist spouse. To leak what they consider confidential information could get a Scientologist fined $100,000.
Oh, yeah, great. Great to know that, guys. Great to know that that is being contextualized here because 100%. Guess when the golden age of tech in 1996 was coming out, you guys, guess what they were doing to all the minors? You guys, come sign a bond. We were all $1 million bonded, they called it. And everybody had to sign. Oh, don't talk about this evolution, you guys. It's very, very special, very, very, confidential. I just saw Nora on the chat. Like, we were all there signing the paperwork. Oh my God, let me sign more paperwork. I'm a minor. Where's your parent? Who cares? They don't care. They didn't care. Our parents didn't care. Let them sign paperwork. Let them, become $1 million bonded. Who cares? They're so special to be there. But yeah, this one was even less. So yeah, for the OT3, they really tell you, like, if you say anything, you're really going to have to pay a lot of money. So more of debt bondage examples right here. More receipts of debt bondage that are all part of the culture of this disgusting child trafficking hotels from literal hell.
The only way for Scientologists to come by this knowledge is to buy their way into the upper echelons of the church.
BS. Wrong again. Wrong again. You guys, like, how can they get it this wrong? You cannot get to the OT levels unless you're invited. It's by invite only. So what the hell does that mean? RTC has to grab all your files, everything that you took to get up to clear. RTC is going to go through, pour through every single file to see how much of a pervert you are, how much of felonies you've committed in your life, how much of crimes you could have been exposed to, all the disgusting things that could be in your files, ethics, and PC folders. Claire Headley, make a video about that. Make a video about RTC's involvement in overseeing and supervising and checking and approving and inviting the qualified people. Oh, we really can trust you. You have really passed our stuff. So not anyone is just paying. This whole idea that they're all just paying and poor people, they had no idea. No, they wanted to pay. They wanted to get up the level. They wanted to get invited. They wanted to feel special. They wanted to, continue getting the little perks that they could, cash for themselves. As ridiculous and stupid as it seems to all of you, I'm sorry, but that is the stupidity. I cannot make sense of it myself. That's what we're calling it, quackery, because there is nothing to make sense of it. It's all disgusting and ridiculous and unfounded. But, here we are in the year 2024 with these false pitches from people that still are saying, oh yeah, you could just pay your way up there. No, you get invited. No, you get chosen. You prove to them that you are the type of person that they really want to have read those materials. If you are not that person, trust me, you could get stuck on clear and they won't give an F. They're like, nope, you're not going to get invited. Oh, you have people at the FBI now? Oh, your aunt just joined the FBI? Oh, well, you know what? Good luck going to the OTs now, because they're very pressed. If any of your family members is at the FBI, at the NSA, at the CIA, at any type of law enforcement, no, you don't qualify anymore. Let's say somebody was flying up the bridge and then they got to clear. Then all of a sudden, the aunt goes, oh, hi, how's it going? I just got promoted to FBI Crimes Against Children unit. The person goes to their A to J check and goes, have you ever have anyone in your family working at the FBI? Well, yeah, my aunt just got promoted to FBI Crimes Against Children unit. Oops. Oh, no. You did. RTC, look what we just found out, doing this A to J check. The aunt is this person. She works at the FBI. She's had all this government background situationships. And, oh, yeah, that kid that did that interview on you should have also found out a year ago that you had this connection. Why didn't that come up a year ago? So who was that kid that did that interview? Oh, you, Bryn Canetta, come here. You did this interview. You missed that the aunt was already in a high clearance position in the government. Well, now you, Bryn Canetta, of 14 years old, ethics officer, you're going to get your head put on a pike because a year ago, this person that you did do this A to J, we have the paperwork here, Bryn Canetta. Don't think that we don't have the paper. It says right here, Bryn Canetta, 1 year ago, the person came to do their A to J and that didn't come up at all. But, the aunt already had, connections with the government. So that's very, very bad that you did that. You missed a withhold, you missed a problem. And now we're going to do crisis management and get rid of this person. They don't qualify to do their OT levels. We're going to tell them next lifetime. And they're just going to kick them out. They're going to go, oh, go to another org. Maybe if we send you to South Africa, then you'll qualify there. But, you can't be here in the United States with that type of connections at the FBI. They're very, very pressed. No high clearances, no military clearances. We were told that those are the agencies that want to destroy Scientology. Imagine that, you guys. I mean, no, you guys, we don't want anyone there because they don't understand it. And, God forbid, L. Ron Hubbard hated them, so we also hate them.
After paying a few $100,000 and undergoing grueling rounds of auditing, one can move up the ranks and be given access to secret texts. The story might sound unbelievable, but for L. Ron Hubbard, this was exactly the genre of writing for which he was known: science fiction.
Okay, so you guys ready to start? Yeah. Good. Start.
You guys, that is horrendous. The fact that they just said that, because that's what I had to do for years. My formative years were spent literally asking these idiots, are you ready to start? Good, start. Study. Come on, get on. Like, clear that word. What are you yawning for? Why are you marking your target? You're altering the technology. Go grab a doll. Da, da, da. So exactly what this woman is saying here. It's all about controlling people. It's all about, hovering over people. Like, literally, like you couldn't have you couldn't even go like this. You guys, like, oh, you'd have already a super, what are you confused about? Oh, I don't know. And then you would just start like fiddling with stuff and opening dictionaries, so they would like just leave you the F alone. So, plenty of kids, we've talked about this between ourselves, like how many times we just like open up the dictionary just so they would leave us alone, because nothing could leave you more alone than opening a dictionary, you guys. I mean, it was their kryptonite to get rid of the hovering of these disgusting supervisors. Just open the dictionary. Oh, no, I'm good. I'm just clearing things. And then you grab the little demos and just move them around, shuffle things around, get them to leave. And then you're just like, okay, why am I still stuck in this disgusting courtroom?
Start.
Students often spend thousands of dollars to take more and more courses and counseling called auditing.
A fox sound? A dachshund?
They find
So I'm glad that they're showing you that little drill, you guys, so you don't think that we're making anything the F up. This is called digital receipts. So the stupidity that you just saw there that should have left you so, what the hell is he talking about? Dachshund and a greyhound and dogs? Yes, that's how they were teaching us to use the machine. You just come up with fruits. You just come up with dogs. You just come up with blah, 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 things that make no sense to groom. Because don't think that when you go into those little audits, they're going to be asking you, what's your favorite dog? They don't give an F about your favorite dog. That's how they get you groomed. That's how they teach you how to use a machine. Oh, this is how you check if there's charge on things. Just, what's your favorite dog? A Pomeranian, a Dalmatian, and then you're just writing down the machine responses to your questions. You have to literally write down exactly what type of measurement of movement took place between you spouting your last syllable, a Pomeranian. So the minute you say "un," and like in just 1 second, whatever happens in that "un," then you have to be like, what happened there? Because the needle's always moving, right? So you go a Pomeranian, and if you're going like, then it's an instant read. So, oh, it's 3 inches. Oh, so that's a long fall. Oh, it's 1 inch. Oh, that's a fall. Oh, it's an inch and a half. It's a possibly long fall or fall. Imagine that even if you write the wrong length, flunk, you didn't write the right length. You had a 10 of a second to establish that, but flunk, you didn't do it. Flunk, you did it wrong. Flunk, flunk, flunk. And imagine that Colin Smith-Levin and I were the only kids that got a pass on these stupid things that you're seeing here being done by Shelly Miscavige. She's the one that gave us a pass. The ones that gave us a license, a literal here's your license, you guys, to operate an e-meter. And I mean, we didn't have a car license, and everyone made a big deal. Like, oh my God, you got a license? You have a license? Oh my God, it's so great. It must be great to be you. And yeah, we were being treated as, oh my God, look at these incredible Colin Smith-Levin and Serge. They're like so incredible. And they, because again, we could do this stupid list. We could read what in the hell it was. Like, we did it and we were pressed to finish it because you had to do this all day ad nauseum, like all day. Like I'm talking like you got there at 8 o'clock in the morning, and then, by 11 at night, you were doing those stupid lists and drill, more drill until, you did a perfect video That's what it was called. You have to do a perfect video with everything perfect, with all these things checked, rewind back. Okay, yeah, you really did miscall this here. No, you have to do it all again. Just one thing you called wrong, you have to redo the whole thing. It could take you like 15 minutes to assess all these things and check and ask. And, you know, you have to have reads. Otherwise, sometimes the needles will be stuck. And if you have a stuck needle, you have to work on your communication. You have to work on your skills to, I mean, again, it's like, it's all this pathetic clownery to cover up that all of this is just grooming disgusting things. Because this turns into what in the hell gets done now in an auditing hotel room where you're asking, you know, disgusting questions that are all in this list, you know, and they have nothing to do with dogs or cutesy things at that point. The courtroom is all cutesy. The courtroom is all clay demo. Oh, here's a little teddy bear. Ask the teddy bear, you know. But then when you get into the actual hotel room, no, there's nothing cutesy about that one. But by the time you're there, you're like, okay, well, I guess this is just like what we were doing back then about the fruits, but now we're like asking actual questions. I guess this is starting to make sense. Like, no, it doesn't make sense. It never made sense, and it's just disgusting and ridiculous.
Problem areas by using an e-meter, which Scientologists claim can read thoughts, or by modeling with Play-Doh.
So there you go, you guys. Clay demos. They had us there all day long. And I mean, this is what I would disassociate with. I told you guys already, like, I hated all the courses so much. I hated listening to L. Ron Hubbard. I couldn't stand him. And imagine me, I was signing up that I listened to L. Ron Hubbard and I hadn't listened to him. And I would just go to the clay and just literally take days and days and days doing clay. And my supervisor would get so mad at me because they're like, oh my God, why is it taking you? It's not supposed to be art. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm trying to go faster, but I was just play dumb. I'm like, I'm trying to go faster. And then they couldn't do anything. So I would go real fast on the tapes. And they're like, oh, you're doing really great. You passed all these tapes. But at least I would do this clays because at least this was like a time where they had to leave you alone. Because if you're not done with the clay, then they can't tell you to do anything else. And also, when Aaron brought up that we were wearing smocks, like literal smocks, like you see here, all these ridiculous idiots wearing these green, disgusting things. Well, that's what they had on us. We literally were wearing disgusting smocks to tell everyone that we were trained auditors. We were training to be an auditor. So all the adults that want to say, oh, we couldn't have been more confused. We thought minors would never get trained for that. Well, then why in the hell were we wearing smocks? Because y'all knew. Oh, those are the ones training. Ours were red. I don't know where these green ones came from, these disgusting, like, snot color green smocks. We didn't wear those, but we did wear red ones at Debbie Cook's hotel because that was, you know, Debbie Cook's favorite color was red, blood red of all the children that she was abusing. Isn't that great, you guys?
The goal is to become what they call clear.
Hubbard preached that Scientology's goal was to create a civilization without insanity, criminals, or war.
Oh my God, you guys, look at without insanity, criminals, or war. And guess what we see here? Barbed wire. So this is the little thing that they have for themselves at the AB building on Fountain that we did check out on that audit that we just did. This is what in the hell they have for themselves too. So without insanity, and they're insane. Without war or criminals, and they couldn't be more laundering felonies at a racketeering industrial size scale that Jeffrey and Ghislaine would be very jealous about if they would have been able to run the racketeering scheme that way. Because apparently all that Jeffrey and Ghislaine had to do was call up Monique and Robert E. Mangle, and then all of a sudden Jeffrey could have been called an American-bred god, and all of a sudden they could have been, you know, going to islands and floating flotillas and, you know, mansions and castles and own real estate and, you know, pay all manner of universities to really preach that L. Ron Hubbard couldn't have been more of a religious person if all the universities that have been paid on the record with all manner of professional scholars that have put their own credibility on the line to pitch something stupid and type stupid stuff that they have no clue about, even though they've gone to school and apparently they've read all about what makes a religion and what makes not a religion. So I guess they missed the part where they needed to go to law school and read the RICO Act so they could stop playing dumb instead of being delusional and just BSers that just gonna get a little payment for themselves, and then all of a sudden they're gonna write whatever in the hell they're told.
Where people can prosper, honest beings have rights, and where man is free to rise to greater heights.
And again, you guys, a total fake pitch. Rising to what type of red height are you literally rising to as you're abusing minors at an industrial size scale 100 million times more than Jeffrey and Jelaine? So let it make sense to us quickly, and then we'll see about this pitch again, because that's what everybody has said. No, Scientology really wanted to do great things for the world, you guys. Maybe some people were a little off, but Serge can be more like, no, I'm sorry. There's a technology. Y'all know what the technology is. So in what world can anyone water down what Elvin Hubbard wrote? Because the person that can answer that question with a straight face can literally, claim to be the first duck, the first human duck that we have on planet Earth, you guys. Isn't that great? Can't wait to see who the first duck self-proclaim comes to the record and really says that, yeah, we were all about helping. You were helping yourselves. You were helping yourselves. That's true. The adults were helping themselves to minors that they did lock up for themselves inside of the hotel with passports locked up, audited, ethics, courses, whatever in the hell they wanted. This government has literally stood behind it all, every single aspect of that.
Within 3 years, Scientology was attracting followers from the upper echelons of society, and Hubbard was being
upper echelons of society. Oh, another similarity from Jelaine and Jeffrey. Isn't that great, you guys, that they're all about the upper echelon?
paid more than $250,000 a year, or over $2.6 million in today's money. While some people might join Scientology or any other religion due to being in an emotionally vulnerable place in their lives, what attracts some to Scientology is the sense of exclusivity, of being chosen and special.
So again, you guys, being chosen, being special. We thought we were chosen. We thought we were special. We've seen all the kids that are at the information center. They act all snobby. They act like, oh, their shit doesn't stink. And meanwhile, they're literally shitting their pants. They're literally walking around with literally brown stuff coming off of their literal pants. And we're literally sitting there with a, get out, it's a cult. You're literally not saving the world. But the more you tell them no, the more they're like, oh, no, let's all lock up ourselves. Like, put the windows up. Like, don't talk to us. Like, again, how can you help those people if they're going to just be like that? Like, there is no helping them. There's literally not helping them, especially when they've been told their whole life that their stuff is so legit and they're so elite and so special and so hand-selected to be part of those hotels. And they would know because they really have worked hard to be included. So again, all these people that are like, oh my God, the poor victims, they worked hard to get themselves inside. So now they can work hard to get themselves outside, and then they can work double time to go to the FBI Crimes Against Children unit and really start blabbing their mouths. Immunize your damn selves. We don't give an F what type of deals y'all can cut for yourselves. But bring y'all's OW right up. Time, place, form, and event, every child you trafficked, every passport you took. Start with just those two facts. Oh, I really did bring a child from Siberia, Debbie Cook. Oh, I really brought another child from Venezuela. I brought another child from Mexico. I brought another child from Australia. Oh my God, you have all the records. Go call up your friends there at the FSO and go like, hey, can you send me the stats for back in the day when I was there? Because you have it all tabulated. So don't you worry. If you forgot everything, we got the record for it, right? Literally. Oh, here's the international statistics at the Hollywood Guaranteed Building, you guys. All the statistics of all the minors, of all the crimes they have committed. They have it tabulated, written, reported, transcribed. They all know it. No one has plausible deniability. Nobody. They all kept track of everything they're doing. So in what world are they not responsible for their own condition? Because right about now, that's what we're literally telling them. It's giving, yes, y'all are responsible for y'all's own condition. And y'all can go pay a criminal attorney to advocate on y'all's behalf. You can play a criminal attorney to be like, yeah, no, this is not racketeering because, Mike Rinder told them all that this was all legit. See if that sticks anywhere. literally throw that to the wall and then be like, oh, look, it's all falling flat. It just caused a little stain. But by all means, report yourselves to the Crime Against Children unit, because you could end up catching a deal, especially if you get there first before anyone else. Especially then I'm sure there's going to be very great deals for you to immunize yourselves.
One ex-Scientologist described it like this. It felt exciting in many ways. You felt that you're part of a group that is changing the world, even quite possibly the only group that can. You feel that you have a lot of knowledge and a lot of tools at your disposal. You understand life better than normal people, and you can do something about it, improve the circumstances around you. It is adventurous, things move fast, you feel privileged to be part of it.
You feel delusional. Scientology people, this is a fake AF pitch. Nothing about this is based in actual reality. And again, in what world did you feel you were part of a group that was changing the world while enslaving children? I mean, I guess you were changing the United States Constitution. You really did change that for yourselves in there, ex-Scientologists that really want to pitch. We really thought we were saving something. Raise y'all's confront of evil on your own damn selves. Take off your damn rose-colored glasses and stop being so goddamn thiety-weety. That's what in the hell is called. I'm thiety-weety. Oh, we're saving the world, you guys. We couldn't be more special. You couldn't be more thiety-weety and delusional. That's what in the hell is called in Scientology, you guys. In Scientology, it's called thiety-weety. When people are just like, oh, everything is great, everything is wonderful, they call you thiety-weety. So this Fleming Funch, or whatever the hell he is, you know, that declared suppressive person excommunicated in 1982, you know, that really wants to say, oh, we really feel special and great and wonderful. Yeah, so did Charles Manson's followers. So did everyone that ended up at Jeffrey and Ghislaine's house. So feeling, you know, so special and wonderful and saving the world is literally your admission of being delusional AF. So in what world is any of this pitch making a shred of sense here in this year 2024? Maybe back then it made a lot of sense, but you know what? Now it doesn't.
And this was how a regular person describes Scientology. Celebrity Scientologists, on the other hand, are akin to gods in the church. In the 1960s,
And there's little, you know, our favorite person of the world, Lizzie Moss. Oh, Lizzie Moss. The woman who plays a sick joke on all the women who have come forward that, as you all know, babies inside of those hotels was standard operating procedure, right, Debbie Cook? Or not? And little Lizzie Moss, who did get propped up by Amazon, shout out to Jeff Bezos and the team of Amazon, or where in the hell she was showing that shit. I don't even know. I didn't even watch it. I couldn't even stomach it, you guys. I had to do reviews on her, and they are on my private videos about this. And it couldn't be more disgusting because it's all just about slavery. It's all about an unhinged right hand movement. It's all about this Robert Fines that just becomes a disgusting, depraved, unhinged, sadistic, disgusting man. And then he's like, you know, talking about how, oh, I really wouldn't want to be like that. Well, who was coaching you? Oh, Lizzie. Oh, okay. Does she have a little bit of background story? Did she do her research? This is a joke played on all the slaves, where Lizzie is treated like a god, where all the slave miners were treated like dirt. Ask Liz Ferris, ask Serge Oblinsky. They were there at Celebrity Center being treated like dirt, being treated like slaves, doing the things that Lizzie gets to role play because she's such a great artist. Oh my God, look at how I act, you guys. Little unhinged white privileged girl that was always cradled and canoodled. Oh, because your dad, that's the one that scammed Chick Corea. I mean, again, you guys, it's like these families couldn't be more disgusting. But since Lizzie did, you know, somehow rise to become Amazon, whatever in the hell she is, and whatever deals she's getting, and whatever $22 million she has, those are the people that are like $22 million. Let me call my manager this. can I donate $1 million to the IAS? And can we then just move my next payment to the other thing? So then can I just really actually pay extra? Because there's a 15-year-old here that I really would like to actually audit me. So could I just, pay 15% more and just really select that minor? Because I have, preferential rates that they're going to charge me if I hand select the auditor I want. I can do that. Oh, great. Yeah, put the transfer in. Oh, I can do that, Susan Watson. Yay, I'm Lizzie Moss. Yay, everyone come. Lizzie's going to pay $1 million. So what part of that did y'all think was really hard and pressed and we should all really go to Lizzie Moss's help? Oh, let's help you, Lizzie Moss. Let's help you. Let's really, really help you. What do you need help with? $29 million is not enough? And you just got it like that you can just throw it in there? Because what? Is there no return on your investment, Lizzie? Check the public record. Check if Scientology hasn't hooked you up. Because yes, they're treated like gods. Because yes, fame is the only thing these people worship. Fame is the only people we're after. Fame is their god. Fame is their thing. Fame is their sickness. And everyone in those hotels thinks, oh, because Lizzie Moss goes here, then it must be a great hotel. The one that I'm really being a part of, because she's gotten a lot of, awards and Golden Globes. And again, you guys, Hollywood and Scientology are in bed, effing each other, the living F out of each other in front of everyone's eyes, while everyone just, has to pretend that these Hollywood elites are just wonderful. And, America really needs them because they do a lot of really good things for everybody.
These celebrities such as Leonard Cohen, Rock Hudson, and members of the Grateful Dead could be seen mingling in Scientology's LA church.
Can you imagine, you guys, the Grateful Dead? I mean, ugh, literally disgusting, literally what in the literal hell? But they were targeted, you guys, and they were targeted and they were catered to and they were given this perk and they were giving this other one, and celebrities, no holds barred. They're not treated like slaves, the celebrities. They're treated like gods, not slaves. So for them, they're having a wonderful old time in there. For them, they have access to whatever minor they want for themselves. So isn't that great that celebrities can just go and have minors for themselves? The LAPD is just going to stand outside the hotels and play dumb the whole time so that they can go get their freak on and everything is protected by the LAPD. Amazing, LAPD. Wonderful job you're doing there. The community really loves y'all.
Hubbard wanted to make life for a celebrity Scientologist intoxicating. So in 1969, he purchased the Celebrity Center with the idea to lure in Hollywood elite. Inside, it hosts a restaurant and a hotel called the Manor Hotel.
Hotel, you guys. So no more questioning why in the hell I call it Ho-MF-Tel. Okay, no more here. See it? Does this look like a hotel for y'all, or is this a church? Literally, see it for yourselves. What is it? Because here's another receipt. We might not be able to get eyes and ears and all of you to go take a tour at Celebrity Center, but thanks to this documentary, here you go. This is the hotel. This is where it is. This is what it is. So hotel, hotel, hotel from hell.
Where celebrities can stay as long as they'd like while in LA. To attract upcoming talent, the Celebrity Center holds a variety of classes on acting lessons, voice acting, and how to break into Hollywood.
Isn't that great, you guys, that they really do have that little service for themselves? And isn't that great that, Celebrity Center had that little note for themselves? Come get your free class. Come check it out. Come to Celebrity Center. And then all of a sudden, people are not going there anymore because, they took it out. They were like, oh, no, never mind. We're not doing it. We're doing it later. We're going to take that invite out. And they're not doing this free stuff anymore. But how many years have they been doing it? Right? Because that's really what you all have to know. How many years has Celebrity Center been luring and snaring, using Marisol Nichols, using Lizzie Moss, using Tom Cruise, using John Travolta, using all their little puppets that they are really pressed to have in their little staple, because Those are the puppets that they're using behind the scenes to call up TikTok and cancel Jessica Palmadesa's TikTok account. Those are the likes of power leverage that they're using to really purport, well, you know, if we have these amazing actors that America really loves, that Amazon's fully behind, that Netflix loves hiring, that all these studios, as if Scientology is not a studio, they are a studio. A studio that also is a church, that also is a hotel, that also I mean, again, you guys, the pitch goes on ad nauseum. So nauseating, but there it is. This has been known. They've known this about everything that these hotels and these, you know, people doing acting free things and getting hooked up.
The Celebrity Center is said to have an indoor swimming pool, garden terraces, and a greenhouse. With the glamorous events and parties held inside the Celebrity Center for the wealthy few, these icons of culture would become Scientology's.
Look at that. Leah Remy right there. Oh, yeah, come in the magazine. Let's show everyone how special you are. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Let's really go into those magazines. You guys, you would think that these people weren't getting scammed because they're showing up in a magazine. You'd be wrong. They're really, really happy and very, very proud of ending up in celebrity BS magazines that Scientology puts out that no one ever cares about except for the people inside. But again, it's like, as long as they're little frenzy-wensies, the other Scientologists go, oh my God, you're at the Celebrity Center cover. Oh my God, you guys, it's so great that you're that cover girl.
Most enticing marketers. But beneath the stardom and shiny lights, not all that glitters is gold. If you notice the screenshot of the man who wrote what it first felt like to be a Scientologist, under his name, he claims to have been declared a suppressive person. A suppressive person is the lowest of the low. It's comparable to how Christians view demons, except in Scientology.
Again, you guys, with the BS comparison, it's so close to how Christians. It is so pathetic. People that are trying to cover a story, make money for themselves, and then do shred of due diligence. Put all these, oh, well, it must be like this. It must be like that. It's nothing like any of that. Nothing like any of that. There's no steps A to E in the Christian faith to undemonize you. And this content creator can go check that out for herself. She can do the research. We're not going to even tell her where it is or how it is. She can do the research herself. Because, you know, if you're going to be putting out content about this and that, then at least do the research and don't come up with your own fake interpretation of what it could be or what it could not be, or it couldn't have been more like Christianity, because then they're laundering Scientology's literal image, you guys. Because yes, it's true. This country says freedom of religion is a thing. Don't tell adults what to do with themselves. Fine. But freedom to be a racketeer child trafficking enterprise is not a thing. So stop comparing it with things that are nothing to do with it, because they couldn't have been more opposite or ridiculously not the same thing at all. So those are the facts. So she needs to really figure it out. What in the hell?
Anyone can become a suppressive person, also known as an SP. Even within families, SPs are cut off or disconnected, many without explanation. In order to identify SP,
not true. Not true, you guys. Nobody just cut you off and you had no clue why in the hell you got cut off. Trust me, Scientology would be very selective about how they were cutting anyone out and what they were crisis managing and what was at stake for this and what was at stake for that. You know, who should be actually fair game to get declared, and then who should we sort of go easier on because they're connected to another celebrity. Then this one is not going to be a problem. Then this is going to be this. Then it's going to be that. So it's complete and utter BS. That is, people just end up, oh, I had no clue why in the hell I got. You did. Did you speak bad about Scientology? Oh, yeah, I did write something. Okay, then you know. Nobody just showed up to the hotel and it's like, you're declared. We won't tell you why. Goodbye. No, that's literally not how it worked ever. Ever, ever, ever that I ever saw for myself. People just declared and I had no shred of a clue. It's This whole thing is a data mining operation. In what world do you think Scientology makes decisions without having a shred of information?
Keys, especially if they were an active member of Scientology. Hubbard encouraged Scientologists to spy on one another. In fact, church members are required to submit knowledge.
The whole thing was a spy situation ship. Right, guys? I mean, again, with a glib understanding of what in the hell. The whole thing is a spy operation. The whole time you're being data mined. The whole time you have people you have to report everything about your life to. The whole time you're told no boundaries are allowed. The whole time you're being spied on. This is a spy agency. It's a paramilitary operation, spy agency from hell, run by children that are spying on these adults, all under this fake guise of this hotel, all of them getting off and all of them just being completely okay with everything. I mean, that's what's literally on the public record right now as we speak.
Knowledge reports about anything their fellow believers do, which might negatively impact the church. Anyone who is critical of Scientology can be declared a suppressive person. The scrutiny of Scientology's members didn't only come from within the church. A wave of concern was growing in medical circles, especially around the use of e-meters during audits. In 1962, Hubbard introduced the use of electropsychometers as a critical component for auditing. The devices send a current of electricity through the person being audited. Hubbard claimed that the auditor can read the meter to indicate whether the person's engrams have been cleared. He also claimed that an experienced auditor could interpret electrical signals to assess a person's emotional state, even when they are not taught.
I mean, again, you guys, what type of signals was I really interpreting? What type of signals was I interpreting at 12 years old? Because that's what I need to understand. That's literally what I need to understand for myself. Never mind that for everyone else of the kids that got trained to be these disgusting auditors for L1 Hubbard and his proteges. What type of electrical signals were we really allowed to interpret and see emotional states and connections? It's like it's all just complete and utter derangement, superiority complex that ends up being like, you know, just know-it-alls. Being a know-it-all is a disgusting thing. Being a know-it-all is not anything religious, spiritual, or anything. And this is what this man was selling. Become a know-it-all by completing a 2-week course that I teach inside of a hotel that a child's really going to teach you, because we got those all over to teach you everything about life in 2 weeks.
Talking. The use of e-meters is considered to be pseudoscience, and in recent times, the devices come with an affixed label stating that the device is incapable of improving health and is.
And yeah, and shout out to the FDA who literally had these people buy the you-know-whats. But then all of a sudden, whoever in the hell did this deal, oh no, we'll just put a little type thing. Oh no, don't worry about it, FDA. Don't check in on us. We're not going to literally run a hotel operation purporting that we are literally practicing law without a license and medicine, which is what the FDA would have cared about, but never mind. It's all okay to do that, right, FDA? It's all just write it up on a literal golden plaque. Do you guys think that we ever read that or we ever give an F about it? It said that and we're like, the FDA said this shit. It's like, who cares? Like, no one from the FDA will come to this hotel and they don't know what audits are, so they're just stupid. The FDA are just a bunch of idiots. They're all stupid. There's another 3-letter agency that we don't give an F about. Another 3-letter agency that is literally black PR'd ad nauseum inside of the hotels. Don't vaccinate. Don't listen to the FDA. They want to kill you. They want to scam you. They want to do everything bad for you. That's what we were being told about all the FDA. So imagine that.
Is used specifically for spiritual purposes. In the same year that e-meters were rolled out, the future darling of Scientology was born in Syracuse, New York, with little to indicate his future fame or the critical role he would play in the advancement of Scientology. By
There you go, you guys. There you have it. So we just came right back up to our thumbnail of little David and little Tommy saluting themselves, showing their little bestie westie relationship that they do have for themselves. So we definitely covered a lot, and we're going to go through some super chats and some questions. If you might have some, definitely write them now too, so I can check them out if you have something, because oof. Moving on. Thank you so much, Love Junkie. I love how fiercely you advocate to protect the kids. Thank you. Well, that's the change we want to see, and all of you make it worth our while to become educated. We have to educate advocates, right? Because otherwise, how can you advocate if you don't know? How can you advocate if you get told all these lies about how, oh, don't be a bigot? You're being a bigot by actually asking right questions. So the fact that you all show up here is definitely worth our while. So thank you for that. Christina, you and Michael are some amazing, beautiful people. Oh, thank you, Christina. And thank you for being with us today and learning about this horrific, disgusting 501c. Jared, LRH was the game maker. Members were in the game. The game maker made the players ignore the morality while playing the game. And you see, guys, how smart y'all are? In a literal 3-line nutshell, we've said everything that needed to be said about this disgusting pig, L. Ron Hubbard, and the rest of those degenerates. They were all playing a game. Let's really play the game. Let's all get on the game, you guys. And again, it's called being an infantile. In what world are all of these adults infantilizing themselves at the expense of minors? Because that's what we need to really understand for ourselves today. Y'all were not kids. Then y'all acted like kids, and y'all acted like we were the adults. We were our parents' parent. We were the ones that had to solve their problems, solve their misemotions, solve their power derangements, solve everything for them. They were just literal toddlers in paper bags, role-playing and hinged out of their minds. Literally. Abdazzle, seriously, go into one of the hotels and check that shit out. What do I know? Literally just, that's what we have, you guys. That's what it is. Nebula, Scientology, similarly, despite all of the scientific research and evidence proof, still believes that they are somehow born more equal than others. 100%. I mean, this is what it is, right, guys? Like, you got selected, you got feel special, you were love bombed, and all of a sudden you created that delusion for yourself, and then all of a sudden you couldn't have been more angelical and wonderful. So, no. Thank you. Next. Cali Blue, street level cops have to be complicit to their superiors in bed with Scientology. That's the problem, quack. I mean, that's how it works, right, you guys? I mean, in any corporation, in any situationship where there's going to be a pyramid of leadership, there's going to be people at the top telling people over here that they're lower, that they don't know what in the hell they're doing, that they cannot question this. All of that is open to complete corruption. So those cops that are doing the bidding are also just being recorded for doing the bidding. You know, grow a spine, become an adult. Don't be co-opted into being told that you're infantile is what we would really tell all those LAPD cops. You know, rebel against the leadership if they're telling you to do something illegal. And if y'all can defend that, then damn. Literally damn. Love Junkie, when you ask Congress about tax hearing, ask about kids too. Well, yeah, you guys, I mean, that's what we're asking. We're asking the Department of Justice why there's no racketeering investigation going on when there's systemic, institutionalized trafficking and enslaving of minors in American soil. That's our question to the Department of Justice. Congress, you know, it'll be a while before we even give an F about any of those puppets in Congress. All they're looking for is when this movement gets strong, I really want to come to the rescue of kids, you guys. So that's called being an opportunist gaslighter. if somebody cares in that Congress, they can get a hold of us. They can start doing the right thing. They can come to it when this movement is starting. But the more days they wait, the more days that they want to get a full-blown pitch a la Ashton Kutcher, it ain't happening. It ain't happening. We have y'all to literally see what in the hell's going on. They can deal with their problem. They can deal with their disgusting stuff. We don't give a shred of an F about whether they have taxes or not. I don't care. I don't care what adults get through the IRS, what type of deal that is. Don't care about that. I only care that 21 and under are in those disgusting hotels, that parents implicate their kids in this disgusting, sick role plays. And that needs to stop. Once that stops, they can all sort it out for themselves, what in the hell it is, what in the hell it isn't. And you know what? We're not going to have any more bandwidth left for those details after that fact is literally exposed. I don't care what these adults want to do for themselves. I don't even think about it one bit. Serge is wearing a shirt with your name on it. Simons, Daniel Sander. Oh, yeah. I mean, Jill Sander, you guys. It was a German designer that I liked a lot when I was back in the day a kid in those hotels because I would love her ad campaigns in Vogue. That's how I learned about Jill Sander. And I, was obsessed with like sort of like military, minimalistic, chic looks. Clear is the level of hypnosis you reach when you have cleared of yourself and soul because now they own it. It's possession. That's right, Cali Blue. It's that what it is. They possessed you. Now they gave you a title, just like Hollywood. Now you're an Oscar winner. Okay. Then now you have that status. Now you are part of this. Now you are part of the clique. Now you are part of the selected few. Now you are part of the famous ones. Now you are part of the special ones. And on and on and on. The infantilism knows no bounds or ends or meets or whatever, you guys. It's just all, infantilized, delusions, delulu. We're all so great. We're all so wonderful. Beb, thank you so much for your super chat, Beb. Serge, I hope and pray that one day you get to testify in court when everything crashes for COS. Sure. You know what, Beb? We will love to literally have the opportunity to have our day in court. But so far, we're being told that we should have really found out about everything already, and our statutes of limitations are completely nothing. And, it's our fault that everything happened to us. So it's fine. We've literally made peace with that. But now we know that there's other kids in there and they don't deserve that. What was done to us, they don't deserve it. Question. More of a comment than a question, but have you considered contacting the person or leaving a comment informing that you were trafficked by the cult? She may want to talk to you. Which person? I'm not sure which person you're talking about. So not sure about that one, but definitely clarify if you can. Boom, boom, boom. What else? Y'all were very engaged in the chat. Thank you so much for that, you guys. I did see that you guys did make a lot of really good comments as we were going through this. And I hope that y'all are getting something out of these deep, deep, deep dives. I mean, literally 4 hours, you guys, but I guess it comes with the terrain, right? I mean, think about it. I used to sit up to 9 hours a day with these people inside of a hotel. So time flies when you're literally investigating and interrogating, because I've been doing that since I was 12. Imagine. Question. So what has the Christian look-alike symbol on the top of their building got to do with it? Literally, it's just a sham. It's literally just a sham. It's just, they just grab a cross because that's all it took for the IRS to go, oh, you put a cross in your building? Okay, then you're a 501c that is religious that has to pay no shred of taxes. That's literally all it took, you guys. So don't think it's a very complicated answer there. Martha, Surge Marathon, my friend, you're a little Energizer bunny. That's right, Martha. My God, it's like every day we're running a marathon here, you guys. 4.5 hours last time and now 4 hours this time. But, hopefully with the receipts, it provides further context. And I know it's deep dives AF, but, we're all learning together. I mean, literally me, myself, and I, as I'm going through this with you guys, like have the ability to go, okay, this doesn't make sense. And then at least we have our voice and we have the ability to, set the record straight from our vantage point, which we found out from going to court, we are allowed to do, to have a personal opinion about something that we went through ourselves. And we're about to, allowed to advocate for our experience. And we encourage other, kids that grew up in Scientology that might be under the radar to also come forward and also speak truth to power, and also, come and get the support of this wonderful community that wants to do what's right for you guys. I mean, for us, it's very hard. We've never had people that have had our backs without an agenda. So I'm very grateful and very thankful that you guys are here and that you care, because, the agenda is the same. Awareness is spread, and then no more kids go through that disgusting experience that we went through. I understand, Serge, awareness that his childhood was stolen, and that's still not okay that they did that to him, and that's not okay that they're doing it to the children. And that's the first thing we can stop, Gerald. That's all I'm saying. Like, once that stops, then I'm sure a million other things can be done. But so far, the narrative has been help the adults, cradle and canoodle them, give them bibs, change their diaper. And, they're adults. They're adults. There's plenty of kids there that do need their diapers changed, that do need supportive environments where they're not being treated like adults. So that's the only thing that we can, make a point about right now, because, we didn't consent. Oh no, Nora, Serge and I are baby clears. We certainly were. We certainly were. And not because we wanted to, but we were thinking at the time, you guys, we were thinking that, we were really special and had something to us and all of that stuff. Like, we really definitely bought the pitch. So Glenn Stylo is the custodian of records for the Church of Scientology. Yeah, Gerald, he's the custodian of all the quackery that's been done with visas, all of the illegal stuff, all of the role playing with people so they really get approved by ICE to, be inside of those hotels. It's all him, especially for the Clearwater location. So he's got a ton of stuff. Mm-hmm. New religion, he stole every idea about Scientology from previous New Age schools of thought. Well, that's been the narrative, you guys, that, he really did steal everything. There's nothing spiritual or religious about sadistically abusing minors. So yes, other regurgitated things about how, yes, we're here to make peace on earth, but the way to happiness, I mean, it's just like, there is nothing New Age. There's nothing there to do with anything. It's all just a deranged power trip, delusional data mining operation that ends up really hurting all children that are involved and that get exposed to that. Xenu, yeah, we didn't know about Xenu. We weren't allowed to know. Yeah, and that's why we're calling out this idea that, y'all believed in Xenu, y'all believed in aliens. No, we didn't. We didn't know. We weren't allowed to know. We heard rumor mongerings like, wait till you do your OT3. It's going to be really great. So, like, thank God I didn't get there, you guys. I don't even know if I would have been alive if I would have been exposed to that disgusting nonsense. I mean, thank God after I went to clear, I was like, okay, I don't think I want to do anything else. And I didn't do much more except get interrogated ad nauseum with the pedophile in the RPF. Imagine that. Okay, so I think I went to the top. Is there any other questions here, you guys? Question, Barbie World. When do you sleep? Because when I see you're always working. Well, yeah, you guys, when we're all so passionate about this, it's hard to sleep. And I think that this is the time to speak. And, just like when no one's sleeping, none of the kids are sleeping. They're always working Saturday to Saturday. It's a real volunteer situation because no kids are, getting their passports locked up or, telling them that they have to be here, don't be late, stay here, checking on OSA. Like nobody gives an F. It's a decentralized movement. Everyone can come whenever. But, it's beautiful to see how much of the community we have behind. And that's what's making the difference, you guys. If we have an audience that cares, that wants to become educated, that wants to investigate this thing with us, that's watching the receipts as we're opening our own eyes to so many things by actually, hitting the pavement and actually seeing everything that we hadn't even ever seen, because we would have never even dared to go through those secure, hotels. I mean, imagine how much has changed in 3 months, you guys. Those places were filled with security guards on bikes coming to you. What are you doing here? They were all like, "Urgh." And now they're like, oh, they even hire outside security that has had 3 months to realize who in the hell they're working for, that have had 3 months where everyone's been very respectful to them. Like, okay, well, it sucks. You're not there, but it's like, y'all are getting paid blood money. So you had 3 months to realize it. If you haven't realized it, now you have been able to check the public record for 3 months. And if you don't know the public record, we will tell you as soon as we find you. Trust me, we're not holding back for nobody. Ask your district's representative about their thoughts on opening an investigation into Scientology tax text and status and thoughts of children being trafficked in the name of religion. Yeah, I mean, all of that, I'm sure it's going to organically happen, you guys. Most of that just literally, you can't really make it happen, but it is all of these public awareness that we're raising. So it's all, like Michael always says, it's all baby steps. The world's not going to change at once, at a snap of a finger. That's not how the law works. That's not how cases are built. That's not how evidence is collected. That's not how any of that is up. But, we're doing the heavy lifting now. That's what in the hell this is called. Do the heavy lifting. Go and spend the time. Go and document everything they're doing. Don't let them get away with nothing. Point out everything that they're doing. Like, the clues are there. If they were clean, squeaky clean people, they wouldn't be locking up themselves inside of these hotels, because they're really pressed that us, the ones that have nothing other than y'all, I mean, look at that. I mean, nothing. We don't have $3 billion in the bank to be defending and making cases for ourselves. But, we do have, real audiences, not like they buy everything on bots and likes on YouTube and whatever. Like, nobody wants to check out their stuff. And, if there's anything to learn out of this experience, that you are power in numbers and that your network does mean something. And having so many of you being so eagle-eyed, so caring about the kids, so understanding of what the situationship is what's changing, what's going on already inside of those hotels. They're not used to getting called out. They're not used to having people that know and were there talk to the issues. And there's so many channels now, all of them. I mean, everybody has their vantage point. Everybody's got their own personality, vantage point, talking point. No one's coordinating anything with anybody. Everybody's free to have an opinion and get on the record and speak and advocate in whatever voice comes out of them. It's like the miracles that they even can show up to speak. That's power to survivors. So, we really do have to have that. Gerald, the more general problem, tax-free status, secret religions need to be charged to tax-free status, transparent religions, and no reason to be above the law. I mean, that's my point, Gerald. I mean, if this is a racketeering scheme, then why are we still pressed about whether people pay taxes or not? Racketeering schemes aren't allowed. That's RICO laws. If you're conspiring to break the law of the United States, then in what world are we pressed that their tax exemption status is really doing anything? The tax exemption status, the IRS did tell them that if they were found to be doing illegal things, that status would be taken away. Never mind that it seems like a platitude more than anything. There's no evidence suggesting that the IRS gives an F, but they did write that for themselves. Okay, but if that's why they were so pressed when Lisa, because they were like, oh, we really could lose it. Monique, go to Clearwater, stay there and really make sure that everyone, whatever. So this is a racketeering 501c3 scheme. If y'all are lawyers or know more about it, by all means, write your thoughts. If it's not racketeering, if it's not conspiracy, if it's not felonies, if it's not institutional, if it's not all of that, then, you know, maybe we're missing something. But, you know, I don't understand why everybody wants to continue propping up L. Ron Hubbard's thing as long as everyone's paying taxes for it, because that doesn't make sense either. You know what I mean? Like, these role plays are hardcore, seen with no boundaries. So in what world is that allowed? I mean, again, like I said, 21 and up, I don't give an F. Like, not here to whatever you want to get involved in. No one owes you to come to your rescue. So grounded for truth, period. Period, full stop. Yes, good to see you. Running Bear, I know several creators who are posting about the exposure of COS. Yeah, there's a lot going on with that, you guys. And that's what, you know, that's what really is making a big, big difference. Amanda, shout out to you, Amanda. Good to see you. Sir, just focusing sharp on the big issue. The rest will follow. Yeah, well, we can only, you know, this is the main issue that we care about, you guys. This is the only thing that I really feel we can have an opinion about. Because again, you know, you've seen the adults that talk about this, that we've even talked to at the centers and everything else. Like, they're pressed. They don't want to be told no. They love it in there. And it's like, you know, I mean, imagine you go to a bar and somebody's drinking alcohol and you go, no, stop. Oh my God, don't do it. It's just not a thing. Adults do adult things. No one owes an adult babysitting unless they're paying for it. And, you know, I wouldn't even take money to babysit an adult. I don't give it an F. Go live your life. I'm living mine. I'm trying to figure it out for myself. So, and yes, Mommers, the golden age of reckoning is what has arrived. With all of these receipts, with all of this work from even these documentaries, you guys, because I mean, yes, I went hard on this creator. You know, I think she did the best she could. I don't think she, you know, purposely, she got what's on the public record. On the public record, it matches what she has. You know, the public perception is, yes, we're supposed to really consider it as a religion because we're supposed to be very respectful for that. But again, it's like, I'm not going to respect a hotel that did what they were doing to us as kids at an industrial size scale. I was forced to respect it. I was forced to be co-opted. I was forced to pretend that I willingly participated. But given the fact that I first signed a zero contract at 12, and then at 15, I really got started on it, you know what? No. F all of these executives that have told all the minors that got scammed that it was their fault. F them AF. Go to hell where you belong. Go to a federal state prison and get yourself locked up in a straitjacket already. If you're not going to come with receipts, if you're not going to make any ethics change, guess what? They tell them at the hotel, you guys, if you don't get your ethics in, then justice is going to come to you. Well, where the hell is justice? Where in the hell is justice? Department of Justice of the United States with unlimited funds to really do something about it, with unlimited resources to really do something about it. So we will continue bringing up your name. We don't give an F that you don't like being told what to do. We don't give an F that prosecutors act all high and toity and mighty and whatever. Don't tell us. We'll figure it out. We'll come to you. Don't ask us the questions. We will ask you. F that. Y'all are going to be told. We're going to hammer it into your head if we have to until these things start to be taken seriously. And, you know, the only way we can do that, you guys, is getting the MF receipts in our hands. Nothing else is going to work. We don't have any more rights past the First Amendment to do anything about this. All we can do is advocate, go to a corner of a street, video record, you know, share this with you all. You know, you guys share it. You guys, you know, tell other people about it. And again, you know, the only saving grace out of all of this is, thankfully, humanity, adults with, you know, humanity in their mind don't have to be convinced that this is an issue. Like, anybody that understands, like, oh, hell no, they're doing what to kids? I mean, even all the kids that go out there now, you guys, you see what they're pressed about. It's no, they're pressed about the kids that they've seen in vans. They're pressed about kids not having the ability to consent to these things. Very different than how it started, but it doesn't matter how it started. The scam is a scam. It's like the investigation has to progress and move, and we have to bring public perception to where it belongs, to the facts, not the delusions, not the sanitized pitches, not the, oh, let's tell you part of this, but let's not tell you this much, because then, people are going to think that we're bad and mean. We don't give an F about your reputation. Your reputation is the last of our concerns. The facts are getting exposed, and the kids that need advocates need those advocates. And lucky for us, y'all are already here. Y'all are finding out. And, together, slow and steady will win the race. We're not pressed. We're not trying to save the world in one day. So, we can speak on this issue, as you see, like filibuster style. You guys literally put us in front of that Congress and we won't get off the fucking mic until they do something. So we're prepared to do anything necessary. There's nothing we won't do that is in the legal, literal constitutional way. That's the only power that we have. We don't have any other power. The only thing we have is, okay, here the Constitution did say that we could ask questions. Here the Constitution did say that we could protest when we see injustices done to kids. Here the Constitution did say that slavery was abolished, and yet we were brought here as a slave. So, yes, Department of Justice, please advise immediately. Immediately, all prosecutors at the Department of Justice, immediately advise. Because it's not going to be good enough for y'all to collect checks and do nothing about trafficking that is systemic, institutionalized, at an industrial size scale. How many multitudes more than Ghislaine and Jeffrey, which y'all already bungled, which y'all already, all manner of shady shit went on with that. Well, you know what? Too much shadiness is what in the hell is getting called out. Too much coincidental, nothing gets done about it. Everything gets purported to be so by the book, and yet nothing is by the book, because the book that said child trafficking and slavery should not be happening is literally happening under y'all's watch, under y'all's gnosis. So yes, it's taken us however many 45 years to come to the record and put them on blast, because we don't give an F, and we're not waiting until, another 100 years so that, L. Ron Hubbard can really play the dumb card and everyone can forget all about his past history. Because that's important to understand the nuclei, the rotten tomato that is L. Ron Hubbard. Then everyone else got rotten, infested, compromised, and literally all about it. So the more we know, the more we can do, you guys. So apathy is the problem. Our rage is not the problem. Our rage is rightful. The fact that other people aren't enraged, ask them why. Because that would be a great answer to get on the record how all of these Scientology parents are just very apathetic, but not enraged about what in the hell they did themselves. So please advise, Scientology parents. Please, MF advice. We don't give an F that you're under the radar. We don't give an F if you left, if you came back, however many years you have in the hotel, however many minors you personally donated, however many kids you personally exposed, is how many amends you have to do in the physical universe. Amends that are not in you have to do something for those kids stuck in there, not for yourself, not to bring pity for yourself, not to make it about you. So we mean pay taxes is harder to stay. Mean taxes is harder to stay. I'm not sure what that is, you guys. You're saying like if they don't pay taxes, they can't really run their operation. Yeah, but you're not allowed to have a child trafficking hotel either. So that's the whole point. It's like going to the massage parlors and saying, we really have to save the chain. But if the whole massage parlor was just a front for trafficking, then there's nothing to save. The brand means nothing. It was all just a pathetic excuse to literally get to where we are today. So Thank you guys all for watching, and I will see you all extremely, extremely soon. Bye-bye.